guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the American film industry has been decimated by other countries. While speaking at the White House today, he addressed his Truth Social post that called for a 100% tariff on films produced outside the U.S.
We're going to meet with the industry. I want to make sure they're happy with it because we're all about jobs. That's all what it's very important. It's a big industry, but it's an industry now that's, it's really left. It's abandoned the USA where it started.
Trump cited non-specific national security threats and said, "We want movies made in America again." Intellectual property like films cannot have tariffs placed on them, but implementing trade barriers like laws and film tax credits could happen. The East African nation of Rwanda is reportedly being eyed as a potential destination for deported migrants.
Rwanda would take migrants from countries that won't accept repatriates, though it's unclear whether it would be seeking financial compensation in return for accepting other countries' citizens. The country's foreign minister confirmed with the Rwanda Broadcasting Agency Sunday that the government is in early talks with the U.S. about the proposal, but he didn't provide details. Trump border czar Tom Homan acknowledged the administration is trying to hash out agreements with other countries, but he wouldn't identify which nations. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The number of Americans who say stocks or mutual funds are the best long-term investment is declining.
According to a Gallup survey, 16% of adults say stocks or mutual funds are the best long-term investment, compared to 22% of people who held this view around the same time last year. The poll was conducted in the first 2 weeks of April when President Trump announced sweeping tariffs that sent the stock market on a nosedive. Despite the drop in favorability, the survey found gold had a slight uptick in popularity this year, with 23% saying it's the best long-term investment, which is up from 18% last April. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
3 people have died and 9 others are missing after a suspected human smuggling boat capsized.
The Coast Guard says a search and rescue operation is underway in San Diego.
6:30, Coast Guard received a report from NORCOM Dispatch. They informed us of an overturned vessel.
Coast Guard Petty Officer Hunter Schnabel says a construction crew reportedly saw the boat early in the morning.
Promptly, we launched assets to perform search and rescue duties with one of our air assets, one of our water assets.
In addition to the 3 people found dead, 4 others have been rescued and taken to the hospital.
Reported total would be 16, 3 deceased, 4 that were found, and then 9 that are presumed missing.
Assets, including a search and rescue plane out of Sacramento, have been called in to continue looking for the others on board. I'm Jack Cronin.
California Democrats are taking aims at Republicans over sex trafficking.
Recently, state Democrats stripped language out of a bill that would have made it an automatic felony if you purchase a 16 or 17-year-old on the street for sex. Over the weekend, the Democrats started running ads on Facebook saying Republicans don't want to protect kids because they didn't vote on a bill saying that they intend to protect kids. The Republicans say that they want hard language on a bill, and the ads are misleading. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Skype is shutting down after more than 20 years.
Skype users can move their accounts to the Teams app, where the tech giant notes they can use many of the same features. A Microsoft executive calls Skype an integral part of shaping modern communications and supporting countless meaningful moments. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Say, are you ready for another night in the trenches? Well, here we go. Let's do it. We'll kick off another day, closing out a Monday. Okay, so we're looking at the 6th day of May. 2025, from time zone to time zone, we'll roll into a new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It is, what do they call it, primary day, special election day in the state of Ohio. So undoubtedly, our friend Eskimo Mom, who for years has been a volunteer working on election day, probably getting a few hours rest. I bet she'll be kicking her day off about, 4 o'clock in the morning. And when she gets to her precinct there, it's like a 14-hour day, long day. Meanwhile, hope your week's off to a good start. I know for many, this will be first night back on the road after the weekend closing out. Louisville, Kentucky Derby weekend, right? And it's another night where I don't think I'm going to have much of an opportunity to see the meteor shower yet. Once again, another meteor shower tonight. It's the pinnacle, the second and the final meteor shower of the spring will be peaking overnight tonight. But we've got cloudy skies outside the secret bunker. Does look like in the last hour or so things are maybe beginning to break up. We'll see if things clear up enough for the Eta Aquarid meteor shower tonight. There are many parts of the country where you ain't going to see the meteor shower because you've got clouds and in some cases rain and even some heavy rain. We do have some severe weather in the mix tonight. Southeastern portions of New Mexico. And this line of storms rolling into west central Texas there. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. There are tornado watches in place there for southwestern portions of Texas, western and southwestern Texas tonight. Most of the reports I'm seeing are anywhere from ping pong ball up to $50 size hail reports and straight line winds, 60, 70 miles per hour there. So that's definitely enough to put a ding in your truck's hood and really give you a headache if you're caught out in the hail there. And we actually even have some wintry precip. Yes, cold air in place in the heart of Wyoming tonight, where we do have some, believe it or not, winter weather advisories and even some winter storm warnings for the higher elevations there. Stretching from, say, just west of Fort Collins over towards Steamboat Springs, then southward right through the heart of the state, areas to the west of Colorado Springs. Winter storm warnings. We'll pull up just how much accumulation they're anticipating there in the high country. But thunderstorms rumbling once again across several regions throughout much of the upcoming week, and some of those could even bring tornadoes. Now, even a single tornado, we know, if it strikes a populated area, a serious threat to lives and property. The main source of the stormy setup is going to be unusually low temperatures high up in the atmosphere. When the warm air rises into the cold layer, it forms those towering clouds, bringing drenching showers and severe thunderstorms capable of powerful winds, significant hail, and a lot of dangerous lightning, of course, flash flooding as well. The south central states, you're the first region to be affected with storms overnight tonight, focusing them on parts of western and eventually into central Texas, as well as we see, eastern New Mexico. In Texas, the threat extends from the Big Bend area of the Rio Grande River to Interstate 40. Through the day ahead Tuesday, that threat of severe weather over the south central states stretching eastward, forecast to extend from western Texas all the way to eastern portions of Mississippi. So we've got flood watches through much of northern Texas, pretty much the entirety of Louisiana, much of southern Mississippi, southern Arkansas. Heavy rains anticipated over the next day or so. Areas from Texas to the eastern Mississippi. The threat for the day ahead ranges from the morning hours throughout the day well into the nighttime hours. A sizable pocket where numerous severe thunderstorms are forecast to occur will extend from Waco and Austin, Texas, to Leesville and DeRuyter, Louisiana. Wednesday, the threat shrinks southward to a zone pretty much focused along the Gulf Coast. Areas from Houston to Corpus Christi, Texas, New Orleans, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida. Forecast to experience some of the most potent storms. Monday night, here we are. Storms capable of producing significant hail, damaging wind gust, and flash flooding in the Northeast as well, extending from the shores of Lake Erie in Ohio, where we do indeed have some heavy rains falling tonight at this hour. Pretty much areas from, I'm looking at it from Toledo to Detroit, then back down into Cleveland to Pittsburgh, PA. Some heavy rains coming down. More rain on up into the heart of central and upstate New York. Some of the stronger storms for the day ahead include cities of Philadelphia, Scranton, PA, Albany and Syracuse, New York, Wilmington, Delaware, Trenton, New Jersey. Some locally severe storms may be possible in parts of New England come Wednesday. Florida, where it has been very, very dry, right? We'll see finally an uptick in moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf, as well as the proximity of a front that will indeed finally fuel some thunderstorms over the Florida peninsula over the next few days. Some of those storms may be strong enough to bring strong wind gusts, hail, and some flooding downpours. Even where storms remain below severe, as they pass near some of our airports or across and approach the landing zones, we may see some ground stops and airline delays. But indeed, they could really use some of that rain there in Florida. It's been a very dry spring. Yeah, the Eta Aquarids, as they're known, the meteor shower, is expected to reach full strength tonight, May 5 into 6. Visible around the world, they tell us. Yeah, meteor showers, dazzling displays when the Earth travels through those fields of debris left behind by comets or asteroids. These particles, often no larger than a pebble or a grain of sand, burn incredibly bright as they enter the atmosphere. You know them as a shooting star. This particular meteor shower can be traced back to none other than Halley's Comet, left behind during its past journeys around the sun. Halley's Comet also responsible for the Orionid meteor showers that peak in the month of October. The early May shower, though, this is the best of the year for stargazers in the southern hemisphere, where you could see up to 50 meteors per hour, according to the American Meteor Society. The Eta Aquarids isn't quite as active north of the equator, but still producing anywhere from 10 to maybe 30 per hour across North America, Europe, and Asia. Like many meteor showers, best time to look is during the second half of the night, before the light from the morning sun starts to appear in the eastern sky. Yeah, one common misnomer about meteor showers is you need to focus on a specific area of the sky, a radiant point. Yeah, that is not the case. Meteor shower radiants are sometimes misunderstood by casual watchers. Yeah, you don't need to know where they are to watch for a meteor shower. These meteors fly every different way across the sky in front of numerous constellations. However, the higher a shower's radiant appears in your sky, the more meteors you're likely to see. If you see a meteor and trace it backwards, it should point toward the constellation Aquarius, which is near the radiant point of the Eta Aquarids. Rise in the eastern sky late in the night. After tonight, what do we see? The next meteor shower will be the Alpha Capricornids and the Southern Delta Aquarids, and those don't peak until toward the tail end of July, 29th into the 30th of July. But again, a cloudy night, so never mind for our area here in the Ohio Valley. Well, who we got on board? Mary Ann checks in out of the box this Tuesday. Happy Taco Tuesday, she says. Morning, Steve and the overnight family. Good afternoon, Larry on board. Hammer down and be safe out there. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Shorty, where are we at tonight? I-95 southbound, I do believe. There we go. Come on, computer. Quit acting up on me here. 95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, 67 degrees. All right, it's Orlando turnaround number 1. Steve, did you ever find out what happened on the I-71-75 bridge that had it shut down there Sunday night into Monday morning? Yes, it was right about 24 hours ago. I believe the first calls came in about 12:15 a.m. Monday morning. Someone somehow ended up going southbound in the northbound lanes of 71-75 on the Brent Spence Bridge. Ultimately, a head-on collision. Yeah, the driver, the wrong-way driver, is listed in critical condition, may not make it. The other driver is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries, they tell us. But if I had to make a venture a guess, I'd say alcohol or drugs likely involved. How do you get on the southbound lanes on the Brent Spence Bridge? So there's the answer to that question. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve. I see all kind of weather this past day across New Mexico. Some areas of sunshine, then rain, then wind and hail, even a little snow. Right now, it's a very cool 45 degrees here just east of Holbrook, Arizona. All right, everybody, have a great day. Captain Ron checks in, 63 degrees, Lake City, Florida tonight. A pretty quiet night so far. Semper Fi shout out. Knucklebuster, Truck and Phil. And be safe out there, all you gear jammers. Let's see. Luke on board. Morning. Thank you, Steve, and all the callers and the truckers keeping me awake through a long third shift tonight. All right. Bill, what's going on? Hello, Steve. 62 clear with a half moon shining outside the caves by Lenexa, Kansas. All you drivers, be safe out there, all right? Jason, passing through Salina, Kansas. 58 degrees with beautiful clear skies tonight. All right, you might see a meteor or two. The moon right now shining nice and bright. Yeah, right at a half moon this morning, isn't it? Oh, a big old shout out to big old howdy to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. And all the listeners, Uncle Chops is on board. Hello, Jerry. Thank you for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, another great show. And thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting you on the airwaves. Everybody, be safe out there. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Tomorrow is not promised. Yes, indeed. We'll kick it off here. 844-844-3388. A brand new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
hello to the Michigan Madman. Yeah, we're closing out Cinco de Mayo, right? He says, Happy Cinco de Porto from the Michigan Madman. Oh, there he is. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, a tad bit late here. I guess my Wi-Fi's out. All right, but I'm here now. Let it roll. Hammer down. Be safe. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 59 degrees. Starlit skies in Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota tonight. Got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up extra tight, putting the spurs to her. To quote the snowman, we're eastbound and down, headed for America's Dairyland with 32 Jersey cows at an overly high rate of speed. All right, it's always an epic night for trailer trucking. Special one-night-only Twin Cities shout-out to the Horse Feathers from the land of 10,000 lakes. All right, Eskimo Mom, you're not in bed yet? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Tuesday to all. Yes, I am at the home 20. Trying to get to bed shortly. I want to remind everyone in the state of Ohio, the election beginning at 6:30 a.m., polls close at 7:30 p.m. later today. I will be at my local precinct to making sure voters can get in and cast their vote and be out of there as soon as possible. We are anticipating a light turnout since Issue 2 is really the biggest race on the ballot, and that deals with infrastructure bonds, and they had very little advertising for or against it, as a matter of fact. Some communities may have a primary, others may have a tax levy of some sort to take care of, some other business. But we are cloudy, 54 degrees on the front porch. Somewhere between mile marker 90 and 94 off I-75 here in western Ohio. All right, be safe out there. Drivers will be back on the road coming up on Wednesday night. All right, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy and 55, Ironton, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. And yes, Eskimo Mom, wrong way drivers. That is the worst thing to see. Yeah, they're the ones who get Darwin Awards and make truck drivers gain a membership to an exclusive club that you don't willingly join. All right, good to have you on board there. About 25 past the hour. So Monday, I guess the win streak on Wall Street comes to an end. Yeah, nothing dramatic. Yeah, the Dow, yeah, the NASDAQ, the S&P, all were down anywhere from 0.25% to maybe 0.75%, but snapping the longest streak of gains in 20 years. Investors kind of looking at President Trump's latest tariff announcement. And, of course, we've got the Federal Reserve's monetary policy decision coming up here, I think, midweek. But Sunday night into Monday, Trump announcing a 100% tariff on movies produced outside the U.S. Not really any details on how that would be implemented. Stocks have obviously been rather volatile, with that first round of tariffs back on April 2nd. Yeah, the S&P 500 originally down like 15%, only to stabilize and climb for the last 9 consecutive sessions, which was the longest streak since 2004. Now, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, this past day said the president's tariff, tax cut, deregulation agenda are all going to work together to drive long-term investment to the U.S., adding that the markets could overcome any short-term turbulence. The chief market strategist with B. Riley Wealth out of Boston says, quite honestly, 9 days, 9 up days in the S&P 500, that's hard to maintain. Now, we are starting to price in that eventually we're going to be hearing some deals announced. But we're kind of running out of daylight on that because every week that goes by and we don't start cutting deals, we are going to be doing more economic damage. Several movie and television production stocks fell sharply right after Trump's announcement, but as the day progressed, they kind of pared their losses. Netflix fell to snap an 11-session winning streak. Amazon.com and Paramount Global were also weaker this past day. Energy was actually the worst performer of the major S&P sector after OPEC Plus decided they're going to speed up their output hikes. In other words, more oil on the market. We are actually probably going to see oil prices coming down further. Concerns about more supply as demand is rather uncertain right now. And you had Class B shares of Berkshire Hathaway declining after Warren Buffett's announcement he will be stepping down as the CEO. That was a big announcement. 94 years old, Warren Buffett. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York Attorney General Letitia James is leading a coalition of 19 other attorneys general in suing to block the Trump administration from dismantling the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This administration has fired scientists, closed labs, shuttered life-saving programs without rhyme, reason, or any legal authority.
James says those at risk include children, working parents, seniors, foster families, those struggling with mental health and substance abuse, and first responders. President Trump may extend the TikTok deadline if there is no deal by June 19th.
The China-based company ByteDance that owns TikTok was ordered to sell the company to a U.S. backer or be shut down in the States.
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I have a little warm spot in my heart for TikTok.
He told NBC's Meet the Press that the app helped him win over young voters in the 2024 presidential election. At least 170 million Americans use TikTok. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest advanced technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, phone lines are up and running at 844-844-3388. Did get an email earlier this past afternoon from Braindead, who says he plans on checking in tonight at some point. I got an update on Yellow, the whole bankruptcy, a court filing this past day. It's like 40 pages, and he was going to go through it. It's all written in lawyerese, obviously, but said from what he had read so far, very interesting. And he also sent me a link. All right, we've got, the big announcement from Warren Buffett. I guess at some point everybody's got to call it quits. He's 94 years old. He was speaking over the weekend to an arena full of shareholders, announcing he's going to retire by the end of the year, putting the cap on roughly 6 decades of running his Berkshire Hathaway that made him a world-famous investor. I said he's going to recommend his firm's vice chairman, Greg Abel, to be his replacement, and he's having discussions with the board. I think the time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at the end of the year. While Abel has been Buffett's designated successor for years, managing much of the non-insurance businesses, it was kind of expected that he would not take over until Buffett actually passed away. But he is, again, 94. He's always said he had no intention of retiring. So that retirement announcement was at the close, actually, of what was a 5-hour question and answer period with Buffett not taking questions on the topic. The only board members, they say, who knew ahead of time were his 2 children, Howard and Susie Buffett. Now, Abel, who was positioned next to Buffett on the stage, did not even know in advance. About an hour later, Abel returned without his boss to conduct Berkshire Hathaway's formal business meeting, where he kind of reacted to the news. He says, I want to say I couldn't be more humbled and honored to be part of Berkshire as we go forward. Many investors expressing confidence in his ability to run the firm, but it's not yet clear how that's going to extend to investments of Berkshire's funds. On Saturday, Buffett endorsed his successor and pledged to keep his money invested in the firm, stating, I have no intention zero of selling one share of Berkshire Hathaway. I will give it away eventually. Now, the decision to keep every share is kind of an economic decision because he says, I think the prospects of Berkshire will be better under Greg's management than mine. But after the announcement, he was met with a standing ovation from thousands of investors in the Omaha area in that big arena celebrating his 60 years. But it is quite the story. During his tenure, Berkshire nearly doubled the returns of the S&P 500 with a 19.9% compounded annual growth rate compared to the index's overall 10.4% gain. In that time, Buffett amassed a devoted following of investors who copied his investments and moved the markets whenever his plans were disclosed publicly. Now, even though Abel has already managed much of Berkshire for years, that has not included leading the insurance operations or making investment decisions for its cash. As he takes on those tasks, the vice chair will stay on to help manage the insurance companies. Prior to his announcement of retirement, the investment manager, Omar Malik, of Hosking Partners in London, said he's not concerned about the future of Berkshire under Abel. Sounds like everyone has pretty much confidence that things will be continuing as the status quo. He's had such a long time right alongside Warren and the chance to know the businesses. The question is, will he allocate capital as dynamically as Warren did? And the answer is no, but I think he'll do a fine job with the support of the others. While Abel is well regarded among Berkshire managers and has received praise from Buffett for his business acumen, it's going to be hard for him, or anyone actually, to match Warren's performance, particularly as he lacks the control of 30% of the firm's stock that Warren currently possesses. But during the shareholder meeting Saturday, Buffett urged some of the long-term investors to focus on the fundamentals amid some of the recent market volatility. What's happened over the last 30, 45 days, he said, is really nothing. This has not been a dramatic bear market or anything of that sort. He emphasized drastic market swings. While they are uncomfortable in the short term, they are not a reason to panic. That's why people listen to Warren Buffett. If it makes a difference to you whether your stocks are down 15% or not, you need a somewhat different investment philosophy. The world is not going to adapt to you. You're going to have to adapt to the world. Yes, smart guy economically, undoubtedly. All right, industry headlines. We had advised here several weeks ago, but the clock is ticking on thousands of truck drivers who had received their DOT physicals in the Houston, Texas area. You're in danger of having your CDL downgraded. Now, the announcement came back in April when the FMCSA removed two chiropractors, Dr. Jenny Lee and Dr. Dustin Mai, M-A-I. They removed them from the National Registry of Certified Medical Examiners. That affected some 15,225 commercial drivers who received their DOT physicals from one of those two between March of 2023 and March of this year. Both of these examiners are based in Houston. Those affected drivers were given through Saturday, May 10th. So you've got to the end of this week to get a new medical certificate. For those drivers that fail to get new certificates by then, the applicable state driver's license agency will initiate procedures to downgrade his or her CDL. Per the FMCSA announcement, they did say they were sending letters to the affected drivers. They issued notices to remove these two from the National Registry on April 11th. They said that the chiropractors failed to adequately perform their DOT examinations in accordance with the FMCSA regulations. They said, our primary mission is to enhance safety on the highways. Removing non-compliant medical examiners from the registry is a necessary step to maintain the integrity of the medical certification process and ensure only qualified, properly trained professionals are certifying the physical qualifications for drivers. Now, they asked the DOT's Office of Inspector General to investigate due to the astronomical number of certificates being issued by these two. And you see, you have two medical examiners, 15,000 plus in one town. Ultimately, the FMCSA determined the doctors failed to correctly apply the required standards. I guess they were just passing drivers willy-nilly. If you need to schedule a DOT physical, you can search for certified medical examiners in whatever area of the country you reside in by going to the FMCSA website. There's about 38,000 certified medical examiners that are still on the National Registry, but I was just assuming that I would think a majority of those drivers must be from right in and around the Houston metro area. All right, 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up. Taco Tuesday coming on.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Who do we have? Was that Larry that checked in from there in Wyoming? Trying to pull that back up. Yep. Good morning from Wyoming. We've got heavy snow on I-80 between Rawlins and Rock Springs. Old man Winter, come on. Enough's enough already. Pulled up some of the advisories here. Just how much are they expecting? You got winter storm warnings in effect, technically from 6 a.m. Tuesday to 6 a.m. Wednesday. Heavy snow expected. Total accumulations, 12 to 22 inches. The heaviest amounts on the crest and eastern slopes of the Front Range. Much lighter snow in the valleys of Summit County to Vail Pass. So this includes Rocky Mountain National Park, the Medicine Bow Range, the mountains of Summit County, the Mosquito Range, the Indian Peaks. Travel could be very difficult, including I-70 east of the Eisenhower Tunnel, the Peak-to-Peak Highway, US 40, and Berthoud Pass in that area. Highway 14 over and east of Cameron Pass. Hazardous conditions will undoubtedly impact the Tuesday morning and Tuesday evening commutes. So, 12 to 22 inches. That's a full-fledged winter storm, no doubt about it. They're in parts of Wyoming. Meanwhile, hello to the tapeworm. Where are we at there? Checking in, headed up to Wilder, Kentucky. We're going to be loading crane parts in the morning. All right, keep them rolling, drivers. Hello to Kevin Roy in Northwest Illinois. Good evening. Clear, 51 degrees. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Clouds, 55 tonight. All right, and thanks for the heads up there, Larry. Heavy snow already between Rawlins and Rock Springs. Well, I guess technically this is your Saturday, but good morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. Dingbat, you keep going there. We're going to play Find Out, okay? Sorry. Oh, Steve, I went through that 40-page filing, and let me just say I learned a lot of things. Now, if we go back, do you remember when they had the last filing and the MFN Partners was rejecting or not proceeding with the agreement on the yellow bankruptcy?
Right.
Here's why. And I think Heatwave, you might want to turn the radio up for this. Now, they filed a motion to change this from a Chapter 11 to a Chapter 7 bankruptcy along with Mobile Street Holdings. Now, they have a hearing date set for June the 16th. Now, this is going to help the debtors monetize remaining part of the real estate and participate in the appeal that's currently on the third Court of Appeals. Now, the debtors' exclusivity expired in February. There's been no other plan filed. The debtors have abandoned the plan of reorganization, which was approved in November last year. Now, it was not comfortable in March of this year. This is why they did not agree with it, because MFN owns 42.7% of Yellow stock. Now, they're convinced that the case needs to be converted for two reasons. Number one, administrative expenses with no end in sight. Now, converting this will make it to a Chapter 7 will make it a flat fee every month for the advisors. Now, this is where you really ought to pay attention to this. For the month of January and February, the advisors collected $11 million, and the committee professionals collected another $3.3 million. So have we done the math so far? Now, also converting this will eliminate the need for professionals while giving the debtors time to prior to conservation and monetize the real estate. If I remember right, there's still about 90 terminals left to sell, Memphis being one of them, if I remember right. Now, it's also to help with the fairness of fiduciary responsibility that's got to be restored, because this whole thing has been botched from the get-go, totally botched. And this plan was set up to favor central states and the multi-employer pension. There is 24 pension plans in this whole settlement. You with me?
How is it possible that there's that many pension plans? I mean, I thought you were all thought it was it. So you had the central states, and then what? You had the western, because yellow was all over the country, right?
Right, but you also had New England had their own, Chicago local had their own, Pennsylvania had their own, Eastern Pennsylvania had their own. There's a whole bunch of
24 plans. Wow.
Right. Now, 2 of those have been settled. The New England and Pennsylvania filed a proof of more than $180 million. And there was another group here, I'm looking for my notes, they claim that they have $451 million. Now, this is all subject to change. And this is where the paying attention part comes into play, because they could get either half of this under this plan or nothing. And here's the other part, too. Central States was asking for $1.38 billion. That could be reduced to $30 million. And the whole scheme of all of this, the whole deal. But it really is going to help us out, because it just seems like to me this MFN fund is really fighting on our behalf. Now, the other big question is the Warren Act claims. Now, this MFN did the stalking horse bid for $1.9 billion. And so far, like I was saying, 2/3 of the real estate has been sold. But what about the rolling stock? There's no mention of any of the rolling stock. And Central States has a claim of $4.8 billion, and the breach of contract that is owed to them is $918 million. Now, there's also more to this, too. You know the SFA money, the government money that shored up all the pensions?
Correct.
Well, they received $38 billion last year. They gave back $126 million after congressional hearings determined that Central States improperly included in its application for planned beneficiaries that passed away.
35.
Below those, are we paying attention?
3,500 dead people that were on it, right?
I don't know how many people. That doesn't give me that amount. But the thing is, though, they gave back $126 million on dead people. And I saw a little flyer today in the mail, and I can't find it to save my life. It said this, like, congratulations, yay, we're fully funded, yay, yay, yay. It's like, yeah, but you're not telling people the whole part of this. Now, the Warren Act claims, there's the bigger question. And I know, like Heatwave and myself, we want our Warren Act money. There is no hard numbers that's going to come out of this. They're saying that it could be 0, it could be 50%, but they think that there's between $2 to $4 billion here on the line, and I don't think there's that much. I don't really think there's that much sitting out there. But you know, I don't know numbers like this. I don't know the inner workings. The only thing I know is June the 16th is a date we need to be paying attention to, Heatwave.
June 16. All right. So you say you had a couple of sports nuggets. What's going on in the sports arena?
Well, let me get rid of Dingbat and her birthday here. Oh, let me go back to the draft here. I don't know if our buddy Philip from Florida is listening, but the Bears did okay in the draft. They did phenomenally well with their tight ends and their running backs, picking them up. They do have good prospects. Shamar Turner and Azilio Trapo are good additions to the line. So we'll see how the Bears do this year there, Philip. But, well, Steve, with that being said, buddy, I am going to bed because I got to get up early. So have a good one.
All right. Well, enjoy what's left of your Saturday, I guess. I got to get up early to do the honey-do list, I presume. All right, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. It's World Tour News Update here as we're winding down hour number 1. The American Truck Historical Society, the National Convention and Truck Show, is just around the corner. This is a pretty big event. They invite truck enthusiasts, industry professionals, and the public all to be a part of this. Coming up June 5th through the 7th at the Alliant Energy Center, Madison, Wisconsin this year. there's a lot of trucking history in Wisconsin, and we're ready to make memories with our members and anyone who loves trucks. Courtney Caesar is the American Truck Historical Society convention manager. She said you'll laugh, you'll learn, and hopefully you'll leave being passionate about trucking history. I'll tell you more about the big show coming up here. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's not sure what Canada's Prime Minister wants to talk about when the two meet up tomorrow.
I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is scheduled to speak with Trump at the White House. The high-stakes meeting comes in the midst of a trade war between the two nations. Trump has also increased tension, suggesting Canada should become part of the U.S. This is going to be Carney's first trip to Washington since he was elected last week. The battle over President Trump's 2026 fiscal year budget proposal is underway.
Republican House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington of Texas says we can address the massive deficit by cutting wasteful spending in Medicaid.
We can save over $1.5 trillion without touching a dime of the benefit funding.
Arrington also told Fox News Sunday Republicans have to stick together and not allow Democrats to scare voters into thinking they want to gut social services. John Summers, USA Radio News.
With the deadline on Wednesday to switch over to Real IDs, scams are trying to take full advantage of the Americans rushing to get it done.
The deadline to get a Real ID before your next flight is quickly approaching on May 7th. The scammers are hoping that your rush will help them get into your wallet. The Better Business Bureau warns against falling for fast-track offers and advises verifying government websites before providing personal information. Beware of fraudulent texts, emails, and calls claiming to expedite the Real ID process. It's crucial to be cautious and report any scams if you become a victim. Experts say pay close attention and verify website URLs and consider visiting the DMV in person to ensure a secure application process. I'm Katie Gray.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 98 points. The S&P 500 fell 36 points. The Nasdaq lost 133 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says he is not going to be running for the U.S. Senate next year.
The governor made the announcement on social media on Monday. The race for the seat currently held by Democrat Jon Ossoff is expected to be one of the most closely contested in the country. Ossoff won the state's 2020-2021 U.S. Senate election, defeating incumbent Republican Senator David Perdue in a runoff election. Meanwhile, Governor Kemp said he had decided after many conversations with friends, supporters, and leaders who had encouraged him to run. He said he'll work alongside President Trump and Senate leadership to ensure the GOP has a strong Republican nominee who can win next November. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Many air traffic controllers in Philadelphia who control the airspace at Newark Liberty International Airport are apparently out on trauma leave.
Their union, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, says the federal workers did not walk off the job. They've taken approved leave because of a traumatic incident on April 28th in which they had no eyes, no ears on airplanes for 90 seconds, the result of a radar and communications blackout caused by a fried copper wire.
Can't believe that something like this could happen like this.
400 cancellations, 2,000 delays at Newark Airport since Friday.
I was delayed getting in here on United, and I'm getting delayed getting out of here on JetBlue.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, for our friends over in Western Texas, Southwestern Texas, this big batch of thunderstorms wreaking havoc. 60-mile-an-hour winds, $50 size hail. That's definitely enough to damage your vehicles. Let's see, I-20, you're rolling Interstate 20 between the 41 and 96 mile markers. That's a big stretch. Numerous counties being impacted by this line of strong storms, I guess, rolling into a brand new day in the Central Time Zone, right? Kicking off a Tuesday. All right, so heads up out there. Definitely going to be slower traffic. Yeah, the American Truck Historical Society we're talking about there, less than a month away. About 1,000 trucks and trailers of all shapes and sizes they tell us will be showcased at the convention there alongside a vendor expo, educational sessions led by industry experts, and valuable networking opportunities. You've got to come to Madison and experience our event, and you'll understand why many come for the trucks and join for the people. According to the convention chair, we're anticipating a very good showing this year. They recommend registering by this upcoming Sunday, May the 11th, if you're going to be displaying a truck or plan to attend some of the optional events. You can register online. Members can log in and actually receive discounts. On-site registration begins on June 3rd there in Madison. It looks like daily admission for the convention will be $15 for members and $20 for non-members. 12 years old and under are free. Now, admission includes access to the truck show, the vendor expo, and the learning sessions. There's also going to be special events, including a kickoff party, light show, tours, and awards banquet. While the diverse display of trucks is a major highlight, they say the true magic lies in the American Truck Historical Society reunion, where old friends kind of reconnect and new friendships blossom, creating an irresistible pull for everyone to come back year after year. According to the American Truck Historical Society, are you going to be heading over to Madison, Wisconsin there, horse feathers?
Absolutely not.
No, it's a big no.
After last year, and then you didn't go and elaborate on all the prices. So if you display a truck as a member, you still have to pay to get in as the individual. Your truck registration doesn't include your access to the event. You see, you still have to pay your daily fee to get in and out, and then the cost per truck is, at least last year, was pretty high, and then the second and third one, and then they don't want you driving anything in and out. If you only going to want to go there for one day, they don't want you driving anything in or out that's more than a 1-ton vehicle. They want it there for the whole show, for the 3 days. And I don't know. Do you think is you want? There's two ways to look at this. It's you either have all the people that you have as members, which the last time I checked, their prices actually went up for this year. So I think it's like $55 a year for annual membership if you do a regular hard membership.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they had an online membership that was $25, which just kind of says that you're part of the group. But so after paying the $55 for that and the registration fee for the 1 or 2 or 3 trucks, and if your truck includes a trailer, then there's a trailer fee. And if you do happen to drive a vehicle that's 1 ton or less and you want to take it in and out of the show, you have to buy a special in and out pass for that on top of the registration. And then, so really, I don't know. The discounts, there isn't that much of a discount that we saw last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so do you run the show on your members paying to exhibit and come to the show, and some of the you get a few sponsors, or do you try to find more sponsors and maybe lower the cost of the people that you want to bring trucks to the show so that they're actually more apt and able to bring trucks to the show to display, so you have trucks on display at your show? And I don't know, $20 to get in as just a spectator to come in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost thinking that's a little bit on the high side, Your Honor. I mean, are you really are you better off
charging a little lower price to try to get more people, or are you better off trying to charge a higher price and just take your chances on how many people you get? There's a lot of things you got to look at both ways. So I wish them the best of luck, but I did not renew my membership after last year. I did not renew my membership with them. Looking at going another direction with another historical truck place, and yeah, we're going that way. It's a little less financial burden to be a member and display trucks.
So you feel like they're kind of soaking you. I mean, Mid America Truck Show. I think it was still $15 this year if you didn't register early for free, and that gets you in all 3 days. Now they're saying it's 20. Is it $20 a day, or does $20 get you in 3 days?
Day.
Every day.
No.
Wow.
Every day. So yeah, the average person, if they want to go in and try to look at 1,000 pieces of equipment, it takes 2 to 3 days to, I mean, if you seriously look at them and not just walk past them and just, hold your iPhone up and take a picture as you walk by or do a video as you walk by. If you seriously look at them, it takes at least 2 full days, if not 3. And if you stand around and talk to anybody for any amount of time, and you try to go to the food court to buy food at this location, which isn't any better than buying food at the Mid-America Truck Show, may I mind you, that which probably wasn't any better than the food truck at this fire museum that I was at over the weekend, because there was nothing on the menu for less than $15 except for the sides. The only thing you could get at the food truck, and it didn't matter, if you for a kid's meal or anything, the only thing you could get was a side of fries or a side of chili that was less than $15.
Wow.
So, and then the food truck didn't bring drinks. It was the only food truck at the site, and they didn't bring drinks. So, I don't know. What's the world coming to? But anyway, so as I say, I wish them the best of luck, but I think at this point they really need to step up to looking at corporate sponsorship and try to run the show more that way, and come up with a way. I mean, maybe use a venue that isn't quite as expensive. I mean, you negotiate with different venues, and you pitch one venue against another to say, hey, this place is giving me this, but you're giving me that, and we can get this much more over here for this much. What else are you going to do to make us want to come to be with you? I don't know. Something has to be done somewhere, but I don't feel that you should be running your show on the backs of your members and expect them to bring all their trucks and pay all the money to do that. And, of course, they have all the expense of getting the trucks to and from the shows. I mean, right now I saw fuel tonight for $2.99 a gallon at one of the gas stations I use, but the truck stop, the one TA truck stop, still has their marquee sign over $5 on I-95 at the Delaware-Maryland border. So, I mean, you got to be careful where you buy your fuel and hopefully use a discount of some sort. But it's still, you got to, I don't know. As I say, I did not renew my membership, and it'd probably be hard-pressed to ever do it again. We'll see what comes along, but for right now, we're sticking with that. So hey, did you see that today is the last day you can fly without the TSA giving you a hard time trying to get on the plane because you don't have a blue?
There's a bunch of states that aren't ready for it too. Apparently, been dragging their feet.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep, so you have to have the blue star on your driver's license, or else you got to bring your passport and your birth certificate, and I don't know what other types of identification type things you have. I guess if you'd ever been charged with any offenses, if you bring, what is that they charge? What is it they do to you when they finger? There's a term for that, Your Honor. When they take you to jail and they take your pictures, then maybe you bring your pictures and fingerprints with you. I don't know, but they're saying here that you want an additional 3 hours to your boarding time to be there. Don't be there an hour early or 2 hours early. They say to be there at least 3 hours early if you are not, got that real ID thing there, blue star on your license. So, anyways, I guess we'll have to see how all that handles and pans out in the end. And did you ever? I sent you a thing this morning there. It looked like they had a mass casualty incident on the New Jersey Garden State Parkway, I believe it was. I don't believe it was the Turnpike. I think it was the Parkway. And I saw the video I saw had at least 2 buses involved in it, and they were saying 1 fatality. So I didn't know if you'd gotten any more update on that and what might have become or happened, or the reason even why it happened.
Okay, I don't think I had that in my industry headlines. I'll have to check.
Okay, yeah, yesterday morning, as I say, it was in some of the Facebook stuff there, and people were showing videos of it, and I'm pretty sure it was current. I don't know. The other day there, I came up with a funny car accident there where a gentleman named, I forget what his first name is. His last name, I believe, was Coletta. Was in a funny car accident, and the car pretty much blew up halfway down the track, close to 300 miles an hour, and went straight down to the end. And of course, it was a fatality. And then come to find out after I go Googling and everything, because nobody puts dates. The 2 things that drive me out of my mind is that, number one, nobody puts dates on when they post stuff. So you're watching these reels of, events and stuff. They post them up, they put a description, and they do not put the date of when it is. And so you have to go searching. Well, that accident happened in 2008. So if there's a Coletta that died in a funny car accident in 2008,
yes,
that's what I saw. So I'm glad I hadn't forwarded that to you before I researched it.
Yeah.
The other thing I hate is that people post events on this stupid Facebook, which is worldwide. They post an event and they do not give a location. How hard is it to say that you're having a hot dog, weenie roast, and lemonade stand in Cincinnati, Ohio, instead of just saying, hey, come to my hot dog, weenie roast and lemonade stand, and sometimes they don't even give you the date. A lot of times you get the date for that, but they don't tell you where it is, or they kind of give you a street address, but then they don't give you a city and state. And it's like, folks, I don't want to have to research all this stuff to find out that it looks like you got a pretty cool event, but I can't go because now that I spent 5 minutes trying to figure out where the hell you're at, unreal. But as I say, those are my 2 pet peeves there for the morning, Your Honor. I had to vent just a little bit on that there, if you know what I mean. But I don't know. Maybe it'll give somebody a good suggestion out there the next time they post something. But please put a date when you're putting something up. Put a date of when it happened, and if you're doing something and you want people to come see you, tell them where the hell you're at. Anyway, but I don't know. Other than that, we got some sprinkle drops around, Your Honor. Must be too hot because we ain't got no propane to move, and I've already got my one and done, and I'm going home, and I'm probably going to be, I guarantee I'll be napping before you get your skull buster this morning.
Another short night. All right, just a one-stop drop and done with the day. The New Jersey Turnpike incident was indeed over the weekend. That was on Sunday. Details ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what do we see here in New Jersey? Nearly 50 people injured during 2 separate but related crashes on the Jersey Turnpike in Burlington County. First crash happened about 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon and involved 2 buses, an SUV, and a sedan on the northbound lanes of the New Jersey Turnpike between Route 206 and I-95 in Bordentown. The second crash happened in the backup caused by the first crash. A total of 48 people injured when all was said and done. Now, one couple we spoke to said kind strangers stopped to help. 2 northbound lanes were closed for several hours while crews cleared the wreckage. All right, so that is back up and running there. Meanwhile, yes, Chad Wolf this past day said many states apparently drug their feet. They failed to be prepared for the real ID. He's the former acting Secretary of Homeland Security. He said states that delayed on requiring real ID failed to put the infrastructure in place to issue those cards now. Come Wednesday. So, this is the final day. Come Wednesday, Americans trying to travel by plane, either domestically or enter certain federal buildings, must display a real ID compliant license. Now, transportation officials have been warning the deadline is going to possibly cause long wait times at Department of Motor Vehicles, airports around the country. Wolf said that states should have done more to prepare for the real ID deadline this week. And this isn't something that they just, they've only had a few months or so. We've seen this over the years. Every time there's a real ID deadline, which has been pushed almost every time up till now, now you see this crush in the weeks prior to that deadline with states and travelers saying, well, I can't get appointments right now. You're going to continue to see this as the deadline, if you continue to push it or the deadline approaches, right? There's always going to be those who wait till the last minute to try to get their real ID compliant card. Now, he went on to hit states that continue to be behind the ball when it comes to requiring real ID. The only people to blame are the actual State Department of Motor Vehicles and the state officials in those states. They knew this deadline was approaching. They should have put the infrastructure in place to issue those cards by now. I don't know how many years, literally, that we've been working up to this. But every time it said, okay, we're going to give you another 6 months. All right, we're going to push this out another year, over and over again. I guess this time they say, nope, you've had ample time to prepare. And now there's going to be, like I said, I guess tons of people flooding the DMVs and whatnot with all these documents. Wait times are probably going to be, I mean, even on a good day, typically a visit to the DMV is not a pleasant experience. I can speak for our local DMV office. People are lined up outside the door before they even open for the day. I mean, they are packed and stacked, waiting to get in there. I bet it's exponentially busy right now. All right, coming up, we'll get a news break just ahead here, about a minute away. Eagle looking to get in early tonight, so hang in there, got you coming up. We heard in the news break there a bit earlier that some of the air traffic controllers saying it's becoming do not fly into Newark's Liberty International Airport. According to one controller. One air traffic controller said, it's not safe. It is not safe. It's not a safe situation right now for the flying public. This is a federal air safety employee. He spoke to NBC News, Tom Costello. He said, it's an incredible statement. Unsolicited. He just said that to me. Separately said, don't fly into Newark. Avoid Newark at all costs. So what's going on? All right, more details ahead.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Closing arguments are wrapping up in the murder trial of 3 former Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols. The prosecution said the case boils down to a simple fact.
That night, January 7th, 2023, those 3 officers did bad things.
Over 6 days, attorneys called 17 witnesses, including a police trainer who admitted the force used on Nichols was excessive. None of the former officers testified. Prosecutors previously rested their case after calling 5 witnesses, stating video evidence clearly shows what happened that night in 2023. Closing arguments will continue in the morning. Skype is shutting down after over 20 years.
Skype users can move their accounts to the Teams app, where the tech giant notes they can use many of the same features. Microsoft executive calls Skype an integral part of shaping modern communications and supporting countless meaningful moments. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So what's the deal with Newark International Airport? This is an airport which served 49 million travelers last year. It is the second busiest airport in the New York City area. It has been drowning in delays and cancellations for days. The Federal Aviation Administration has blamed a shortage of air traffic controllers along with runway construction. Newark, they tell us, has lost 20% of its air controllers in recent weeks. According to United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby, who issued a statement Friday claiming these air traffic controllers had walked off the job. The situation has grown so dire that United Airlines, which uses this airport as a primary East Coast hub, announced they're canceling 35 round-trip flights daily, saying it was necessary to protect their customers. This particular air traffic control facility has been chronically understaffed for years, and without these controllers, it's clear, and the FAA tells us that Newark Airport cannot handle the number of planes that are scheduled to operate there in the weeks and months ahead. Last week, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy issued a plea for more air traffic controllers, offering $5,000 bonuses for new hires, warning that the system was beginning to deteriorate. You're starting to see cracks in the system, according to Duffy, who held a press conference last Thursday. It's our job to actually see over the horizon what the issues are and fix it before there's an incident that we'll seriously regret. Now, just a month after Trump was sworn in, 400 FAA employees were cut, but Duffy said none were air traffic controllers or safety personnel. So don't buy the left-leaning rhetoric that this is Trump's fault in some way. Delays at Newark continued Sunday with inbound flights They say waiting more than 2 hours before being allowed to land. I guess they've got them, staging and stacking, circling, wait. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the Eagle this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a bad area. Okay. Yeah, my phone is going in and out for some reason. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to say something about this situation in Cincinnati first, and then I want to talk about some things with Donald Trump.
Hey, do you?
That deal that the police officer.
You got to sound like a speakerphone. You kind of sound like you're in a barrel.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can you hear me now? Better now?
That's a little better.
Hello? No. Hello?
That's a little bit better. Sounds like you got an echo.
Hello?
Hello? All right, maybe try us back. I don't know if he's not hearing me, apparently. So, all right. Let me give you an update on the scenario here. Shorty had just forwarded to me a bit ago that there's actually a GoFundMe that's been created for the guy, Rodney Hinton Jr., the father accused of killing the Hamilton County Sheriff deputy a day after the police fatally shot his son during a stolen vehicle pursuit. This GoFundMe is raising thousands of dollars for his attorney fees. Hinton Jr. charged with aggravated murder after he intentionally struck Hamilton County Deputy Larry Henderson, who was directing traffic near the University of Cincinnati. It was a graduation ceremony this past week, about 1 o'clock Friday afternoon. The deputy's murder after Hinton's 18-year-old son, Ryan, was shot and killed by a Cincinnati officer the prior day. According to the police department, Chief Teresa Teague, she said officers were pursuing a vehicle stolen from an apartment complex when 4 individuals bailed from the stolen car, began to run. One officer pursued Ryan, who was armed at the time and hid behind a dumpster. When Ryan emerged from behind the dumpster, the officer fired, fatally striking the 18-year-old. 2 other suspects involved in the stolen vehicle incident have been apprehended. One is still at large. But a GoFundMe entitled Justice for Rodney Hinton Jr. and his son has raised more than $5,000, and it aims to help. They say they're wanting to raise funds for Rodney Hinton's lawyer for the justice of his son's murder, and also to stop police brutality against innocent people and children. Then there's a separate GoFundMe entitled Help Honor Ryan Hinton's Memory and Seek Justice, which aims to help the 18-year-old's family, quote, seek justice in the form of legal representation and a proper memorial for his life. That one has raised more than $7,000. The National Police Association slamming the online support, saying in a post that GoFundMe needed to take down the fundraiser because it violates the company policy. Now, Fox News Digital said they reached out to GoFundMe for comment. I guess they hadn't heard back. The Hinton's family's attorney issuing a statement that the Cochran firm was hired by Ryan Hinton's estate to conduct an investigation to his shooting death by an officer with the Cincinnati police. He said, we're in the preliminary stages of that investigation, adding that on Friday, Hinton family members and the Cincinnati police attended a meeting together as they were viewing the body cam video of Ryan's shooting death. Now, the family, including Ryan's father, was present at the meeting. They were understandably distraught as they watched the body cam video. After the meeting with the police department, Ryan's father left in his own vehicle. That was the last we heard from him until learning about the tragic incident involving the law enforcement officer that was working the traffic detail near the University of Cincinnati. The attorneys offering heartfelt condolences to the family and the colleagues of the officer that was killed. All right, the Hinton family, they say, is heartbroken by this tragic turn of events. We're all devastated for the family of the officer who was killed, but that, of course, coming from the attorneys. It is 844-844-3388. Let's see if we've got maybe a better signal here. Let's try again. Take two. Eagle, you got a good connection now?
Yeah, I hope so. I seem like I can hear you better. Can you hear me now?
Yep, yeah, you're much better. That's good.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. I was caught inside the truck stop. Maybe that's what the problem was. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to go back, before I get to the new situations with Donald Trump, I wanted to talk about this police that got killed in Cincinnati over the weekend. Yeah, this has made news. I was looking on YouTube. They even got a video out on YouTube about this officer, a picture of him. And I still don't know. Was he a family man? Did he have a wife and kids? Because it didn't go into detail if he had a family. Did he have a family?
Yes, he had a wife, and they had just recently adopted a child, according to Pappy.
Okay, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad news. Yeah, I hate to hear something like that happen, to the man. Yeah, I hate to hear that. But yeah, I was looking at YouTube today, and they got a video out about this guy incident that took place. It's really a shame, it's happened right up there in Cincinnati where you at, and Pappy, he said he knows the guy. So that's a bad deal. When somebody gets killed like that. But police officer is a dangerous deal. Dangerous game to be in. But like they always say, somebody got to do it. Somebody got to do the job. So it's sad that he had to end his life that way. Hopefully the man that did it, hopefully he gets what's coming to him. That's all I can say. Now, some new details, some new details on this Trump situation, Steve. It seems like every day something new comes up with Trump, because Trump is doing everything he can to get these illegals out of the U.S. And now he's gonna come up with something new, or his people. Now they're talking about I've never heard of this, and maybe you can check up on it, but I've never heard of this before in my life. Paying somebody to leave the country. Donald Trump is talking about paying people $1,000 to voluntarily leave the country and go back to where they come from, and maybe they can have an opportunity to come back to the U.S. if they do it the right way. The paperwork. I don't know what the deadline is. He's giving these people a deadline to do that. And if they don't meet that deadline, anybody that's kicked out after the deadline will never, as Trump said today, they will never be able to get back into the U.S. again legally. So I don't know if that's going to go through or not. But that's the new plan that he has of trying to get these people out. I think you told me this, Steve, a couple of months ago when Trump first got in the White House. Everybody was excited, about Trump closing the border and get these people out. But a lot of people didn't think about it, and I didn't really think about the numbers until a couple of days ago when I heard a guy give. They're doing a hell of a job so far. But I think they've only got like 60 or 70,000 people out of the U.S. I don't know if you add up the numbers, Steve. To get 10 to 20 million people out of the U.S. That's going to take a long time. That's going to take more than 4 years to get that many people out of the U.S. So it's not going to be a quick process. Like a lot of people thought. Maybe you can bring up the numbers after I hang up with you. But it's not going to be as quick as people think. And that's why Trump is trying to come up with different ways to try to round these people up. You know, the main thing is, like we said before, you know, when he first got in, is get the bad ones out, get the gangs out, get the drug dealers, the child molesters, and all. You need to work on getting them out first, and it looks like that's what they're doing. And then you can work on the rest. But to get 10 to 20 million people out of the country is not going to be easy, thanks to Joe Biden and his stupidity, as Donald Trump keeps saying, because what he did, Steve, was totally wrong. And he ought to be ashamed of himself, Biden. I told you this before. He should never show his face again in the United States, as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as another plan that Donald Trump has come up with, Steve, you know, because you can't work with these Democratic judges. I've never seen anything in my life of a judge, you know, like what happened a couple of weeks ago, where the judge actually had the nerve to release a man custody that was supposed to be apprehended by Border Patrol. This individual should never be allowed to be a judge again. But, okay, so if they want to play that game, so first they say that they don't want these people shipped down to El Salvador to Seacoast, that this is a problem doing that. So now Donald Trump has come up with a new plan to reopen Alcatraz out in San Francisco and start putting these individuals in Alcatraz. I'd like to hear what you think about that after I hang up with you. But he's talking about taking those people out there. I have no problem with it. The only problem I have with it is that CNN, well, like I say, I just happened to see one of their YouTube videos tonight. You know how I feel about CNN. But they were looking at some of the facilities on the inside of the jail, and it's outdated. You know, the place was closed down. I forgot what year they officially locked it down. But the place it needs some work to be done. I don't think you can put people in there right now because it needs some renovations. But I have no problem with him sending these people out to Alcatraz, to some of the worst people. We got to do something with them. We got to get them out because they causing too many problems, and they're a burden on society. So I have no problem if they can do some repairs on Alcatraz and get it ready to get these people in there. I have no problem whatsoever. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about Trump trying to get Alcatraz open again. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yes, indeed. That's the plan. I guess he made the directive to the Bureau of Prisons, the Department of Justice, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, to reopen and now he said rebuild. I don't know what's it going to cost to get this thing up to snuff in modern terms. But this is looking to send the most ruthless, violent criminals. Of course, the premise is you can't escape. You can't escape Alcatraz. Yeah, you're out in the middle of the water. Yeah, more on that here. First, we got to get a quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, let's see. To answer your question, Eagle, Pappy tells me that this officer, Officer Henderson, he actually had a couple of kids from a prior marriage. They are young adults. He married again a few years ago, and they just recently adopted a young baby. And for whatever reason, he said it really kind of hit me about an hour ago as I'm actually getting the uniform ready for the layout, which is going to be Thursday. The funeral will be taking place on Friday. So I don't think he feels like checking in this morning, which I understand. But he says hearing this go fund a murderer page really pisses me off. You know, what has this society or parts of this society come to? So, gotcha. So the layout Thursday, funeral Friday here in Cincinnati. And obviously law enforcement support from all over the country will be probably coming in for the funeral, all over the region at least. But Alcatraz, so I guess Trump making a post. He said, when we were a serious nation, a more serious nation, the government didn't hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals. Rebuild and open Alcatraz. For too long, America's been plagued by vicious, violent, repeat criminal offenders, the dregs of society who will never contribute anything other than misery and suffering. When we were a more serious nation in times past, we didn't hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals, keep them far away from anyone that they could possibly harm. Now, he pointed out that was the way it's supposed to be, and that the U.S. will not tolerate these serial offenders spreading filth, bloodshed, and mayhem on the streets. And this is the case time and time again. Released back into society just to commit another equivalent or more heinous crime. Today, that is why today I'm directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the Department of Justice, FBI, Homeland Security, to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz to house America's most ruthless, violent offenders. We will no longer be held hostage to criminals, thugs, and judges afraid to do their job and allow us to remove the criminals who came into this country illegally. The reopening of Alcatraz will serve as a symbol of law, order, and justice. We will make America great again. Now, some of the people, some of the notorious, American gangsters, the likes of Al Capone and Machine Gun Kelly, were among those people who were held at Alcatraz. This is on an island off the coast of San Francisco. Other people who were held at Alcatraz, Robert Stroud, who was nicknamed the Birdman of Alcatraz, according to the Bureau of Prisons. He was convicted of manslaughter in 1909, years later after murdering a Leavenworth guard. It was convicted of first-degree murder and ended up receiving a death sentence, although former President Woodrow Wilson commuted his sentence down to life in prison. But Alcatraz served as a federal prison from 1934 to 1963. Kind of described as representing the federal government's response to post-prohibition, post-depression America. Probably does need a lot of work. But they say, well, you can't send them to El Salvador, you can't send them here, you can't send them there, and, well, where do you want to put them? I guess technically, yeah, they just want to leave them alone. Let them, I guess, walk the streets. All right. So there you go. You ask how I felt about it, Eagle. I say go for it. Do it. And how many times has Pappy explained? It's just that small 1% of society that commits these crimes. For whatever reason, they get out and they commit another crime. And when you've got individuals out there that have 30 felony convictions, what the hell are they doing out on the streets? A rap sheet, 20 pages long. And as Trump said, they're not going to be rehabilitated. Once you're in that deep, I guess there's always hope, there's always a possibility, but in many cases, these are criminals that know nothing but crime, and that's all they're ever going to do. Lock them up, throw away the key as far as I'm concerned. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the American film industry has been decimated by other countries. While speaking at the White House today, he addressed his Truth Social post that called for a 100% tariff on films produced outside the U.S.
We're going to meet with the industry. I want to make sure they're happy with it because we're all about jobs. That's all what it's very important. It's a big industry, but it's an industry now that's, it's really left. It's abandoned the USA where it started.
Trump cited non-specific national security threats and said, "We want movies made in America again." Intellectual property like films cannot have tariffs placed on them, but implementing trade barriers like laws and film tax credits could happen. The East African nation of Rwanda is reportedly being eyed as a potential destination for deported migrants.
Rwanda would take migrants from countries that won't accept repatriates, though it's unclear whether it would be seeking financial compensation in return for accepting other countries' citizens. The country's foreign minister confirmed with the Rwanda Broadcasting Agency Sunday that the government is in early talks with the U.S. about the proposal, but he didn't provide details. Trump border czar Tom Homan acknowledged the administration is trying to hash out agreements with other countries, but he wouldn't identify by which nations? I'm Lisa Taylor.
The number of Americans who say stocks or mutual funds are the best long-term investment is declining.
According to a Gallup survey, 16% of adults say stocks or mutual funds are the best long-term investment, compared to 22% of people who held this view around the same time last year. The poll was conducted in the first 2 weeks of April when President Trump announced sweeping tariffs that sent the stock market on a nosedive. Despite the drop in favorability, the survey found gold had a slight uptick in popularity this year, with 23% saying it's the best long-term investment, which is up from 18% last April. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
3 people have died and 9 others are missing after a suspected human smuggling boat capsized.
The Coast Guard says a search and rescue operation is underway in San Diego.
6:30, Coast Guard received a report from NORCOM Dispatch. They informed us of an overturned vessel.
Coast Guard Petty Officer Hunter Schnabel says a construction crew reportedly saw the boat early in the morning.
Promptly, we launched assets to perform search and rescue duties with one of our air assets, one of our water assets.
In addition to the 3 people found dead, 4 others have been rescued and taken to the hospital.
Reported total would be 16, 3 deceased, 4 that were found, and then 9 that are presumed missing.
Assets including a search and rescue plane out of Sacramento have been called in to continue looking for the others on board. I'm Jack Cronin.
California Democrats are taking aims at Republicans over sex trafficking.
Recently, state Democrats stripped language out of a bill that would have made it an automatic felony if you purchase a 16 or 17-year-old on the street for sex. Over the weekend, the Democrats started running ads on Facebook saying Republicans don't want to protect kids because they didn't vote on a bill saying that they intend to protect kids. The Republicans say that they want hard language on a bill, and the ads are misleading. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Skype is shutting down after more than 20 years.
Skype users can move their accounts to the Teams app, where the tech giant notes they can use many of the same features. A Microsoft executive calls Skype an integral part of shaping modern communications and supporting countless meaningful moments. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
look at the meeting today. The newly elected Canadian Prime Minister visiting the White House to sit down with Trump. And of course, based on Trump's comments yesterday, he said, I don't know what he wants to see me about. I presume he wants to try to make a deal. I don't know. Yeah, according to the report via Time magazine, we know some of President Trump's meetings with foreign leaders, they rarely unfold according to script, as we know. You take the recent visit of Vladimir Zelensky that spiraled into a televised dressing down that left diplomats stunned. Is this Canada's turn? Today, the newly elected Prime Minister, Mark Carney, becomes the latest leader to step into the high-stakes theater of Trump's White House. But they tell us, for Canadians, the risks, they say, feel uniquely acute. Trump has already floated the idea of Canada becoming the 51st state, suggesting their prime minister should be called governor. And, of course, the sweeping tariffs straining one of the world's most durable trade relationships right now. According to a professor out of the University of Toronto, professor of Canadian history and international relations, he says Carney's got more to lose than he has to gain. Warning. Carney risks becoming the next foreign leader used as a political prop. The Zelensky precedent is not encouraging. Now, Carney insists he's going to Washington to get the best deal for Canada and to address what he calls immediate trade pressures. But even before the first handshake, Trump sounded bemused, is the word he uses. I'm not sure what he wants to see me about. I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does, was his quote yesterday. The optics alone carry some peril for Carney. Winning office on a promise to stand up to Trump. His electoral mandate forged in backlash to the president's economic aggression, rhetorical slights, and apparent disregard for Canadian sovereignty. Despite all the campaign bravado, experts say if Tuesday's meeting turns into a spectacle, the damage could be lasting. Canadians expect that he will not be subservient. And if Trump gets out of line in public, then it's Carney's job to shake his head and say, well, no, I don't agree. The pressure on Carney to avoid a Zelensky-like moment is palpable. The Ukrainian leader, though ultimately bolstered politically at home, walked into that meeting late February that many foreign policy analysts described as a trap. But unlike Zelensky, Carney comes to Washington as the leader of a much closer ally, but one that Trump has openly toyed with. His offhand comments about annexation, trade punishment, kind of setting off the alarm bells in the Canadian diplomatic circles. Again. Now, in an interview with Time on April 22nd, Trump said, I'm really not trolling when he was asked about making Canada the 51st state, claiming that the U.S. is losing $200 to $250 billion a year, supporting them through military spending and trade deficit. I asked a man who I called Governor Trudeau, I said, why? Why do you think we're losing so much money supporting you? Do you think that's right? You think it's appropriate for another country to make it possible for a country to sustain? And he couldn't give me an answer. But it's costing us over $200 billion a year to take care of Canada, he said. He went on to say, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada. And I say the only way this thing really works is for Canada to become a state. He also described the border between the two as an artificially drawn line that actually hinders economic integration and security cooperation. Now, speaking after his electoral victory, Carney said Canada will never yield to the United States. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. These are not idle threats. President Trump's trying to break us so America can own us. That will never, ever happen, he said. I don't know. Is this going to be a publicized, a televised meeting? I don't know. I doubt it, especially after what unfolded with Zelensky, but might make for an interesting day. Plowboy, what's going on this morning?
Oh, good morning, Steve. Good morning. Oh, not too much. I just seen something really neat. Okay. Steve, refresh my memory. Maybe I can refresh some other people's. Can we not make an email to your mayor, to Mike DeWine, your senators, J.D. Vance, the honorable man? This crap that I just heard moments ago, and I was talking to 4020 earlier, and he made a comment. I kind of blew it off. I wasn't quite thinking. But remember back during the virus, I think Mike DeWine and the mayor of Cincinnati need to look towards Canada. Remember what Justin Trudeau did when he shut the money, the funding off of all the money that was going to the truck drivers that was up there protesting?
Mm-hmm.
Now go make that GoFundMe page. Just go make it. Mike DeWine, you cipher the damn thing, and you give it back to the Cincinnati or the Hamilton County Sheriff Police Fund. Because this is garbage. Anybody that wants to fund an attorney for this yahoo, I'm sorry, I have no respect for the bastards, and that's just why I look at it. Because I'm sorry, you kill law enforcement, no. You kill an EMT, no. They have no. There's no help for them. I'm sorry. You stand on your 2 feet in front of a judge, and you get the hearing that you deserve, and I hope it's nothing less than a death penalty. That's just the way I feel about it, Steve. But, it's just amazing. I've heard that ours up here in Kansas City area, she's trying to get every something I never had even unconscionable, Steve. She is trying to get it basically like a work release program so she can go to her job. I'm sorry. The only job she needs to think about is shoveling coal in the pits of hell and be done with it. But I'm wound up. But I think everybody needs to be over this garbage because it's garbage. But I don't know. I was thinking about what you were reading.
Assuming it's
Go ahead, Steve.
You got the part of society out there that feels like, it's kind of, you go back to the whole, the George Floyd thing where they want to defund the police. Yeah, for whatever reason. The body cam video had been released from the incident when the 18-year-old was shot, and you can clearly see he had a gun. The gun was in his possession. There was another gun in the stolen vehicle. But they feel like they're trying. I guess they feel as though it's police brutality. There's no need to shoot the young man. That's the mentality.
Yeah, but how else are you going to neutralize the situation? That's the problem too. They don't look at that.
And that's the whole.
You ought to be able to.
It's the whole deal where seconds can be the difference in life and death. The officers have to make those split-second decisions. If he hesitates to fire and the 18-year-old shoots him first, that's the decision. The officers are making decisions to save their own life. He felt like his life was threatened.
Exactly. And that's a damn shame, really it is. It's amazing how we got people in our society that thinks in that. I give up on this one, Steve. I do. It just, that it's not right, no matter how I look at it, or we can look at it on the right side of things. But Alcatraz, I was laughing when you were talking about that. I was thinking, what does it need? What does Alcatraz need to be brought up to specs? Do we need to put 85-inch screen TVs in there? Do we need to build a soccer field for these bastards, or what? We got the best security there is. They're not armed. Now, who in the hell would want to get in shark-infested waters?
That's the idea.
And drip a little bit of blood in. Drip a little bit of blood in there occasionally. Keep them stirred up. Hell, ain't going to get away. No. Steve, did you happen to... I forget when this came out or even where to tell you to go to it. Something about some ally, I think it's some Czech country of Putin's, was doing something with a Tesla pickup with some guns on it or something. But supposedly, from what I was garnering when you came to my call, was, I guess Elon shutting his Tesla pickups up, shutting them down, so they are going to be made immobile with these guns on that I guess Putin's trying to acquire. I might be able to quickly tell you, but that's what I'm just seeing it here minutes ago. And it's a Putin ally who unveiled Tesla's Cybertruck with a machine gun. Now says that Elon Musk remotely disabled his militarized EV. Ain't that neat?
That's interesting.
Having them.
Having the ability to remotely, I guess with all the software, and I mean, everything, the Tesla is kind of linked up to an app, and using the app, they can move the vehicle, back it out, and pull it up to the front door or whatever, and I guess they have the ability to remotely shut it off. I'll have to see if I can get more on that. Thank you, Plowboy. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I believe it was a Cincinnati police chief that Pappy had shared his post here several days ago. Prior to any word of this, this whole GoFundMe, raising money for the father who killed the officer. Scott Hughes, here's what he said. A Hamilton County deputy was murdered today. Not by accident, not by a moment of chaos, but targeted, ambushed, and killed while directing traffic for the university commencement ceremony. And here's what should outrage every decent person. The driver who hit and killed that deputy was the father of the thug who fled to Cincinnati police the prior day, armed with a gun, who was shot and killed by Cincinnati police. Let that sink in. Instead of taking accountability for his son's criminal actions, this father chose revenge. He got in his car and intentionally drove into a deputy simply because he wore a badge. Where was this father yesterday when his son was running wild with a gun? Where was his outrage when that kid endangered lives and forced officers into a deadly encounter? This is bigger than one family. This is about a culture that defends criminals and demonizes the cops trying to stop them. This is evil. It is unacceptable. This one hurts. He said, I knew this deputy. He was one of a kind, a cop's cop. The kind of guy who made you proud to do this job. He deserved better. His family deserved better. Enough is enough, he says. To my brothers and sisters in uniform, stay sharp, stay focused, stay ready. The uniform makes you a target. But your training, awareness, and mindset keep you alive. Watch each other's back. Do not get complacent. This job is more dangerous than ever. But we still show up for each other and the people who depend on us. We owe it to ourselves, our families, and the memory of our fallen to keep fighting the right way. Okay. Yeah, Pappy's, he felt like he said, well said, Chief. Well spoken, Chief. All right, let's head on down. Off to work we go. Probably rolling along I-4. Hello, Philip.
Yeah, just going through Lake Mary, buddy, on my way to the Mouse House. Steve, this is what I'm going to tell you. It might take a minute, so if we go into news, I'm going to cut real quick. But there's something that happened here Saturday night into Sunday morning. How many times, Steve, when you were growing up, did you see kids that went to prom, just went to prom, and after prom, you have a good time, you go have a party with your friends, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Well, down in Davenport, Florida, these kids were from two schools, Jones High School and Dr. Phillips High School. They're both in Orange County. That's up there by close to where the attractions are. And then there was another school, Osceola High School, that they didn't have their prom, but they had a lot of students, I guess, were friends with these folks, and they went out to the party as well. And Polk County Sheriff's Department down in Davenport there, they got a call that some kids were being disruptive at a Wawa. So they went to this Wawa. By the time they got there, the crowd had dispersed, but the manager pulled the camera footage. They had probably about 50 to 60 people at this Wawa, and they were grouping up around things and being disrupted. There were reports of fighting, but they weren't no fighting or anything like that. The manager said she just wanted them out of the parking lot, because it was disruptive. So about an hour later, they started getting calls about real close proximity where this Wawa was, that there was shots fired. And just from them as a resort, it's kind of like an Airbnb type of thing, and short-term, stay type place where you can go to the attractions and whatnot. And there was a party at one of the apartments at this short-term facility. And 3 shots were fired. And what happened was they got into a gunfight across the parking lot. And they don't know if one individual had 2 guns, but anyway, they had 3 different guns that were used. They had a .380, a .223, and a 9mm. And these shots were being fired across the parking lot. And 3 students got shot. in the barrage that they were bystanders, and one of them might be losing their eyesight because of it. They're in the hospital still. Two of them luckily just had graze wounds, but the way that Grady Judd said it, he's the guy, you know who he is down here. He said, because it's his county and stuff, he says after midnight things go crazy. And he's, it just goes to show you the type of things that are happening now. You said it earlier, the right thing, culture. It's the culture. Evidently in this party, an argument happens between individuals. And they felt they needed to pull their weapons and start shooting at each other. And in the process, they shot 3 people. And I don't know. I don't know about you, Steve, but that's kind of crazy. I know you're getting ready for the news here. I'll stand by if you want me to.
All righty, we'll take care of that. So after prom party, it's a wrong place, wrong time kind of scenario? Wow. All right, coming up... as we roll on into a brand new day, Tuesday coming on here, we've been kind of talking about the driverless trucks that are officially rolling in Texas now. Aurora is the company. Has become the first to successfully operate a commercial driverless trucking service on public roads. The autonomous trucks driving the highways between Dallas and Houston. It's officially underway, announcing the launch of their commercial driverless trucking service, partnering with Uber Freight and Hirschbach Motor Lines to deliver time and temperature-sensitive freight between those two cities, Dallas and Houston. A major step forward, they say, in the adoption of self-driving technology in the trucking industry. I can't help but wonder when you're talking about some of the strong storms that we're talking this morning. Yeah, I'm just curious how these autonomous vehicles fare in $50 size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds and torrential downpours. We'll get more on that coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Closing arguments are wrapping up in the murder trial of 3 former Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols. The prosecution said the case boils down to a simple fact.
That night, January 7th, 2023, those 3 officers did bad things.
Over 6 days, attorneys called 17 witnesses, including a police trainer who admitted the force used on Nichols was excessive. None of the former officers testified. Prosecutors previously rested their case after calling 5 witnesses, stating video evidence clearly shows what happened that night in 2023. Closing arguments will continue in the morning. Skype is shutting down after over 20 years.
Skype users can move their accounts to the Teams app, where the tech giant notes they can use many of the same features. Microsoft executive calls Skype an integral part of shaping modern communications and supporting countless meaningful moments. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, welcome back. Turn the page on the calendar. We're making our way to the 6th day of May, closing out Cinco de Mayo. No, I did not have a margarito for Cinco de Mayo. All right, Philip, welcome back.
Yep, and the great Michael Anthony from Van Halen yesterday was enjoying his margaritas and nachos from Vegas. Go Mikey. So, hey Steve, you're talking about them autonomous trucks. I don't know about Aurora. I'm going to have to do my research now. You thanks, Steve. You've made me go think. Like I always tell, make people think. That's why I got to go think now, Steve, and see what's going on. But I don't think them trucks are driverless. I'm pretty sure they've got a driver that's inside of them, that when things go crazy, that will take over and drive the truck manually out of the autonomous mode. I don't think they're fully driverless trucks out there. I don't think that.
That's the whole premise of this one. They've been testing them for I don't know how long with an actual physical human in there to take over if needed. This, I guess, in the last week or two, they are now actually running with no one in the vehicle.
I'm going to have to check that out. I want to see what kind of vehicles they've got. I don't care so much about the software and the systems they got to control it. I'd like to see their system, their trucks per se, and see what kind of trucks they're using. Because I know down here they tested the driverless trucks in Tampa on the bridges, and it worked. But the interstate's one thing to do it on, but when you get into a rural situation or a city street situation where you get off the interstate, then it turns into a little bit of a different situation with GPS and all that other junk. But I'm going to check that out, though, Steve, because I tell you what, I don't know. I don't know. And as far as the weather goes, they could put the program in the software to where the vehicle's monitoring the weather, and they have people that actually, if it's full-blown autonomous, like, there's a control center somewhere, those folks are monitoring the weather as well. That's the side that they really don't talk about in these things. There's actually a control center. The military drones, Steve, that we see them talk about all the time, and all the stuff that's happening with the wars nowadays with drones and whatnot. There's a control center that's flying that drone, and it's the same way with the trucks. There's a control center. Now, I tend to think that they have somebody sitting inside that truck that has to take over in case it has something mechanical for right now. And I think that's what the government's got in. Steve, have you seen the pictures of the Tesla semi and the driver sits in the middle of the truck?
Yes.
Have you seen those in the interior? The driver sits. Okay. You know why the driver's sitting inside the middle of the truck? Because eventually, when those trucks go autonomous, you don't need to be cocked off to one side or the other. You sit in the middle of the truck is around you. You're looking at you're basically looking at screens in the truck as you're going along monitoring the situation. That's what Elon's got his plans on his cars and stuff. You're looking at a monitor, you're monitoring the system as you go along. If something happens and you have to take over, then you go into manual mode and you take over and get it off the road, or you adjust for weather or whatever. That's what's going to happen before this full-blown everybody's going to go driverless thing. Our roads are not really set up for it. I'd be interested to see the road that those travel on them and see if the roads have any kind of underlayments or magnets inside the roads, because they're experimenting with that down here in Florida. Do you know what interstate they're using, Steve, out there between Dallas and Houston?
That I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. With all this AI and all this out there, it can happen. It can happen. I don't think it's far enough along to where somebody's not in the truck, and that's just my opinion. I'm going to look at it, though. I want to look at their system and see what's going on. I really do, because it sparked an interest in me now. Because I drive an autonomous vehicle every day, and I know kind of how they work, and I'm not going to go into particulars about what I got going on, but, that's the first premise of before you go totally driverless. And I don't know, the liability on that would be crazy. Can you imagine what the liability in an accident on that would be, Steve?
Right.
I mean, you talk about these nuclear judgments that are out there. Case in point, we just had a driver that took out a bunch of folks down there, and what was it, Austin, Texas, I believe, the accident with in that construction situation. Liability is crazy. I mean, you better have some pretty good liability insurance and some lawyers and whatnot for that kind of situation. So I'm gonna check it out, though, Steve. I'm not gonna discard it, but in my world and what I've been seeing, there has to be somebody in there watching it. Freight trains are eventually going to go that way too, Steve, where they have an engineer that just sits there and monitors it and doesn't control it. That's going to happen. That's going to happen. Now, we've seen what happened in Ohio. What do you think would happen if you went with a driverless train and something like that in Ohio? Food for thought there, guys.
All I know is computers malfunction. No matter how good the technology is, computers always at some point have a malfunction, a fault. Nothing is...
Nothing's 100%. Man was made to fail, Steve. Have you ever heard that old saying?
Yes, indeed.
And anything that man makes can fail. Sorry, folks. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it happens. So, man builds a computer. I don't care if you're man, woman, whatever. We fail. We're just designed that way. You know what I mean? Nobody's perfect. Everybody has an off day. Things happen. And that's just the way it is. I mean, you can try to do everything as much as you can. I mean, Elon Musk, look how many of those rockets he blew up before he got it right, Steve.
Yep.
I mean, look at the space shuttle program. How many space shuttles did we lose? Okay? In the real being perfect, we wouldn't have lost one of our vehicles at all. Okay? Look at the developing of the Apollo program. How many astronauts were killed in that? I mean, I think didn't we lose some astronauts up on a pad there that, burned up?
Yep.
I mean,
sure did.
I mean, I hate to be morbid and that kind of stuff, but we are made to fail. We are going to fail sometime in our lives. It's the way it is. I don't care how perfect you are. I'm serious, folks. I don't care how perfect you are, and I know I'm probably going to cause a lot of people anxiety, but you know what? It's the blunt truth, and we need to face it. That's part of being a human being. What you do, you learn from your failures. Once you fail, then you go back to the drawing board and you start over again. Now, in some consequences, when you fail, you cannot go back to the drawing board. You go to jail. And those people that think they can just shoot a gun anywhere they want to go, they are the ones that are getting the failures.
Yep.
Sorry, it's just the way it works. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me in.
All right, thank you very much, Philip. Have a great morning. Good day there in Florida. Yeah, the rest of the story on Aurora, the driverless trucks, the announcement after extensive testing and practice hauls conducted by Aurora over the past 4 years. During this period, the company's self-driving technology, known as Aurora Driver, delivered, they say, over 10,000 customer loads with safety drivers monitoring the system. Aurora's trucks are equipped with advanced computers and sensors that can perceive the environment up to the length of 4 football fields. This technology enables the vehicles to navigate highways and make critical decisions independently. Now, Chris Urmson, CEO and co-founder of Aurora, expressed his enthusiasm for this milestone, stating, "We founded Aurora to deliver the benefits of self-driving technology safely, quickly, and broadly. Now we are the first company to successfully and safely operate a commercial driverless trucking service on public roads. While Aurora is starting with a single self-driving truck, the company plans to expand the fleet by the end of this year. The gradual rollout allows for continuous monitoring and improvement of the technology as it's integrated to real-world operations. The launch of the Aurora driverless trucking service comes amidst growing interest and investment in this autonomous vehicle technology. Companies like Tesla, General Motors, and others have poured billions into developing self-driving capabilities for both personal and commercial vehicles. Those concerns regarding safety, though, and the potential impact on employment in the trucking industry have all been raised. All right, let me see. Let me jump on over and see what Vic has going on. Morning, Vic. Do we have Vic? Maybe we lost Vic. All right, let's see what's happening with Take Two. Gilligan getting his week started. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Well, Charlie turned on to another drunk on me, so I got to fill in. He missed you on Friday. I think he fell asleep on you. He'd been drinking pretty heavy anyway. Steve, him and Right Wingnut put their beer goggles on and figured out what the answer to Captain Ron's question of what watermelon lights are. We've heard different explanations, but they figured out exactly what they were. Watermelon lights are the lights you put on your watermelons so you can find them in the field at night. Yep, that's exactly what they are. That's why they call them watermelon lights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your advertisers selling watermelon lights. That's where they come from. All right, point number 2. Old Rambler was talking something about UFOs and Bigfoot and stuff like that. Yep. Well, they interviewed him. Yeah, he got abducted by a Bigfoot flying a UFO with a shadow person crew. And, well, let's just say it was a female Bigfoot. Now, he said he heard you talk about that derby party for the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said something about wearing a derby dress, a fuzzy hat, and drinking mint julep. I think he's got his wires crossed. I don't sound like you, but, well, you know how it gets. Boy, I tell you what, we got some screwy news this week. You realize that? But the one thing he missed that he was so upset he didn't get to say, points to ponder. His point is, if you have a regular route like a US 58 or a US 220, and then you have the business route, right? You've seen that, where there's one cuts through town that's called the business route, and the other one's the regular route, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is there businesses that are not on the business route? Now, that's a point to ponder. Would they both be business routes if there was businesses on the other route too? Well, Steve, that's about all I got. Just keep in mind, businesses belong on the business route. I think he's got me convinced. And watermelon lights is the lights you put on your watermelons so you can find them in the field at night. Take care, everybody, and be safe.
All right, safe travels out there. Some of us just have too much time to think out there on the interstates, don't we? 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. This is On Board. Michael joined us here a bit earlier. Dirty Harry. Morning, Dirty Harry. Had a decent weekend. He said, I'm feeling better, getting stronger every day. All right, Bob from Michigan on board. We were talking earlier about the Historical Truck Society, which Horse Feathers kind of feels like they're fleecing people, charging way too much. Bill said the Historical Truck Show being held at Alliance Energy Center in Madison. Dane County owns the venue and controls the price of renting the place, and it ain't cheap. All right, hello to Rick in Columbus, I guess. Had your doctor's visit. He said, I've got a few things going on, personal and health-wise. I would appreciate your prayers. All right, you got it, Rick, there. See, Dallas to Houston. Shorty said I-45. I guess Aurora would be running I-45. Let's see, Roki. Aurora's self-driving trucks do not have a human on board. Remote human monitoring is in place and can take over in case a situation arises. Okay, so like I said, I know that for 4 years they've been testing them with someone physically in the vehicle, and this is the groundbreaking. I mean, the big news. We're running trucks without human on board anyway. Human monitoring, I guess, from a control room somewhere, right? And they also, last week when they were first making the announcement, they showed their plans over the next 2 years. They plan to have these trucks running all over the southern USA. The southern tier looks like 10, 20, east, west, all the way down into to your area there, Philip, down into southern Florida. That's their plans anyway. All right, good to have you on board there, Roki. Let's get to the chicken truck. Chicken truck Tommy. What's going on?
Hey, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
They're talking about these self-driving trucks. I like to see them invent a truck that can drive down these backcountry roads and down mile-long muddy dirt farm lanes and everything else. When they do that, then I'll be impressed.
And I think I don't know. They say it'll be able to be done one of these days. I feel like it's a long way down the road, but
yeah, I don't see it. I like to know what they're going to do when they got to get pulled over by the DOT. And there's no one in the truck to pull over. I mean, do they just get a free pass on not having to be get a random inspection like the rest of us do?
Right. That's all uncharted territory. I mean, they also had the whole premise that if the vehicle does have some sort of a breakdown, a malfunction or something, the truck is supposed to know they'll be able to pull it over onto the side of the road. But there is no one there physically to go out, and the rules are required to put your triangles out. They can't do that. The FMCSA denied them the waiver. They'd ask for a waiver, so I don't know how they're going to address that either.
Same thing if they get a blowout or something like that. I mean, you can keep operating with a blowout.
Correct.
I don't know how the truck's going to know it has a blowout on a rear trailer tire. But, hey, I wanted to ask you, did you check out the 100-year-old Marine veteran that sang the national anthem at the Texas race Sunday?
I saw that this past morning. Popped up on some of the shorts and reels. How about that? 100 years old.
Yeah, that was something else, because our local radio station here, the morning show guy was playing the national anthem from the Kentucky Derby and told me how good that girl did. I called in and told him, hey, you need to check out this Marine veteran. And he played it over the air. He played it about 3 or 4 times all morning because he was so touched by it. I said, yeah, get that crap off that you thought was good. This is what is really good.
There you go. Yep.
Well, all right, that's all I got. I just wanted to see if you caught that video or not of that Marine veteran. That was something else. That was a real touching national anthem rendition.
There were a lot of people with smiles on their face there in the audience. Yes, indeed. There at Texas Motor Speedway over the weekend. All right, a couple minutes from news break. Uber Red will be joining us here as we kick over into hour number 4, right? Wow, the night flying by. After which we'll have clear lines at 844-844-3388. With all that we've been through following the pandemic, the lockdowns, the shutdowns, the vaccines, why are we still apparently messing with these bugs in the laboratories? Gain-of-function research, as they call it. President Trump announcing this past day he's ordered new limitations on a form of biological research that his administration says actually caused the COVID pandemic to begin with, via the lab leak in China. We will halt funding in certain countries for this so-called gain-of-function experiments aimed at enhancing the properties of pathogens. Why are we doing it anyway, is my question. Now, that was an executive order he signed this past day at the White House. I guess just the latest as the string of executive orders continue. We'll tell you more on what that executive order is all about, what's going on out there with lab testing. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, trust your week's off to a good start. We're rolling into a brand new day as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. We know being over the road.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's not sure what Canada's Prime Minister wants to talk about when the two meet up tomorrow.
I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is scheduled to speak with Trump at the White House. The high-stakes meeting comes in the midst of a trade war between the two nations. Trump has also increased tension, suggesting Canada should become part of the U.S. This is going to be Carney's first trip to Washington since he was elected last week. The battle over President Trump's 2026 fiscal year budget proposal is underway.
Republican House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington of Texas says we can address the massive deficit by cutting wasteful spending in Medicaid.
We can save over $1.5 trillion without touching a dime of the benefit funding.
Arrington also told Fox News Sunday Republicans have to stick together and not allow Democrats to scare voters into thinking they want to gut social services. John Summers, USA Radio News.
With the deadline on Wednesday to switch over to Real ID, scams are trying to take full advantage of the Americans rushing to get it done.
The deadline to get a Real ID before your next flight is quickly approaching on May 7th. The scammers are hoping that your rush will help them get into your wallet. The Better Business Bureau warns against falling for fast-track offers and advises verifying government websites before providing personal information. Beware of fraudulent texts, emails, and calls claiming to expedite the Real ID process. It's crucial to be cautious and report any scams if you become a victim. Experts say pay close attention and verify website URLs and consider visiting the DMV in person to ensure a secure application process. I'm Katie Gray.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 98 points. The S&P 500 fell 36 points. The Nasdaq lost 133 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says he is not going to be running for the U.S. Senate next year.
The governor made the announcement on social media on Monday. The race for the seat currently held by Democrat Jon Ossoff is expected to be one of the most closely contested in the country. Ossoff won the state's 2020-2021 U.S. Senate election, defeating incumbent Republican Senator David Perdue in a runoff election. Meanwhile, Governor Kemp said he had decided after many conversations with friends, supporters, and leaders who had encouraged him to run. He said he'll work alongside President Trump and Senate leadership to ensure the GOP has a strong Republican nominee who can win next November. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Many air traffic controllers in Philadelphia who control the airspace at Newark Liberty International Airport are apparently out on trauma leave.
Their union, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, says the federal workers did not walk off the job. They've taken approved leave because of a traumatic incident on April 28th in which they had no eyes, no ears on airplanes for 90 seconds, the result of a radar and communications blackout caused by a fried copper wire.
Can't believe that something like this could happen like this.
400 cancellations, 2,000 delays at Newark Airport since Friday.
I was delayed getting in here on United, and I'm getting delayed getting out of here on JetBlue.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we got us a Tuesday. I have not yet seen the first of the supposed cicada invasion. I know these are supposed to be like every 17 years. We just had here a couple of years ago. I'm guessing maybe we have some overlapping broods in our region here, Southwest Ohio. That's where our secret bunker is. But this time it's brood 14. I think the last brood we had was brood 10. So would that have been like 4 years ago? We're preparing for the return. A variation of the insect that emerges every 17 years. This particular brood, last appearance was 2008, they say. The soil temperature should be getting close. When the soil temperature reaches 64 degrees, and once they emerge, they'll be buzzing and singing for 3 or 4 weeks. And then the female cicadas deposit their eggs in the branches and the trees and the shrubs. We've been supposedly preparing for the return of brood 14. The variation that emerges every 17 years. They are harmless, of course. I don't mind them. They're awesome for the ecosystems. A lot of wildlife depend on them for food. The reason we see so many is because they rely on the strategy called predator sedation. They come out in such overwhelming numbers that, of course, the first to emerge, most of them, the birds feed on them. And once the birds are full, they still have a chance to survive and mate. Okay, so they say right here, most of southwestern Ohio, numerous counties in Kentucky, parts of, I think, West Virginia, and there's an odd pocket up in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get ready for the cicadas. All right, we lost Uber Ed, so we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, what are we doing with this lab stuff? There is no laboratory that's immune from leaks. And according to the executive order signed by the president this past year, this is going to prevent inadvertent leaks from happening in the future and endangering humanity. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, speaking after the executive order signed, any nation that engages in this research endangers their own population as well as the world. We saw with the COVID pandemic. According to the National Institutes of Health, Trump has long championed the theory that the COVID leaked from the Wuhan lab, a result of gain-of-function research. That's the alternative, as we know, to the theory that it spilled over naturally from wild animals. They've never been able to find where it came from. The U.S. government website, covid.gov, which previously focused on promoting vaccine and testing information, is now devoted to highlighting the arguments that favor the lab leak. Several U.S. agencies, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Energy, and most recently the CIA, has shifted their stance, now leaning toward the lab origin. There's several other agencies that favor the natural spillover, but back in the 2010s, the National Institutes of Health funded this bat coronavirus research at the Wuhan Institute, the U.S.-based nonprofit EcoHealth Alliance, a grant that was axed by Trump in 2020 during his first term, but then ultimately later partially restored under President Biden. Complicating matters, former top infectious disease official Anthony Fauci has maintained that the work in Wuhan did not meet the definition of gain-of-function research. Although some virologists and other officials have disputed that claim, now Trump's order names China as an example of a country of concern where any of this sort of research should not be supported. Order also looks to end funding for other types of life sciences research in countries deemed to lack sufficient oversight. Now, it further calls for the development of a strategy to govern, limit, and track dangerous gain-of-function research across the U.S. that occurs without federal funding. Although the extent of the government's control over non-federal research is not clear. And also it calls for new legislation to fill in any gaps that may be in place. Broader efforts by this administration to reshape American science and health policy, including mass firings to government scientists, big cuts in research budgets across the board. Hopefully we learn some lessons from the COVID pandemic. Okay, back to industry headlines. What do we have? The numbers. The job numbers were up once again in trucking. This trade war with China, the pending tariffs, drove businesses to continue front-loading inventories, creating more trucking jobs in April, albeit, they say, temporarily. According to the latest numbers, Bureau of Labor Statistics, more than 1,000 truck driver jobs were added to the economy in April. That would be the fourth monthly increase out of the past 6 months, which, of course, was preceded by a nearly one-year downward spiral as we've been thinning out the field, so many operations that came into place during the pandemic. The industry has been purging itself after that flood of new drivers, boosting rates during the pandemic. Trucking jobs have been disappearing nearly every month since the peak employment back in July of 22. But now the looming threat of tariffs and a trade war with China has kind of propped up trucking in recent months as shippers and receivers had been trying to get ahead of the impending tariffs. Revised data shows fewer trucking jobs were added than initially reported. Last month's employment report revealed a net gain of 6,800 truck drivers in February and March. Updated numbers indicated an increase of only 4,000 jobs. Now, since last October, employment in trucking is up by about 10,000 jobs. Most of these gains came in March, largely the result of the trade war and the global tariffs that were expected to kick in on April the 9th. Right now, though, with the 90-day pause on those tariffs, except for the one in China, giving businesses more time to prepare. That pause is probably what's behind April's increased demand in trucking. Although the suspension of tariffs has pushed demand up for freight, the active trade war with China could have some immediate effects, according to the report from Landline. Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrive Logistics said that Chinese imports and exports are grinding to a trickle right now, potentially putting downward pressure on trucking jobs here in the month of May. That pressure may be exacerbated if the 90-day tariff pause is allowed to expire. Now, should we reach a deal with the likes of China and some of the other key partners, we could actually see a resurgence in demand that would generate a need for additional capacity and enable employment to hold steady or even increase. The uncertainty right now is going to likely lead to job stability, as carriers will do everything they can to retain quality drivers if there's even a small chance that they're going to be needed in the near term. Challenges with hiring drivers in the COVID era, when they were much needed, are still fresh on many carriers' minds. Anyway, ultimately, long-term employment in trucking is down significantly from the peak back in 2022. Down, from 2022 to April of this year, 63,000 fewer truck drivers than we had at that time. And that's, again, been thinning the field. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Thank you, Shorty. Throwing some updates on what's going on with the markets, tariffs, those sort of things. All kind of condensed in a daily briefing. dodging the tariffs. In order to avoid tariffs, importing from China, Apple has announced they're going to move production to India and Vietnam. Tim Cook said shipping from India and Vietnam will cost them about $900 million. One analyst says Apple's cost could double. Yeah, that'd be like $1.8 billion in additional cost every quarter for the next several quarters. Yeah, turns out avoiding tariffs is not cheap. Rather, it's just a different kind of expense. Meanwhile, no free lunch for Meta, formerly known as Facebook. Meta's in court again. A group of authors says feeding Meta's artificial intelligence with their books was illegal. Meta says it was fair game. But now they have a legal bellyache. A judge isn't sure the authors were harmed, but if Meta loses the case, artificial intelligence training could get even more expensive. Meta might need to start paying licensing fees to train its artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, the markets were pleasantly surprised with the April jobs report, 177,000 new jobs added. Analysts were expecting about 138,000. The unemployment rate held steady at 4.2. Now, while more jobs usually means less chance of a Fed rate cut, President Trump is calling for a cut, saying consumers have been waiting for years to see pricing come down. No inflation? The Fed should lower its rate. Meanwhile, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce passing a desperate letter to the White House, essentially begging for tariff relief, arguing that small businesses cannot sit around and wait for trade deals to bring relief. The chambers said each day that goes by, small businesses are increasingly endangered by higher cost and interrupted supply chains that will cause them irreparable harm. Many businesses simply can't afford to wait while these negotiations proceed. Now, the White House responds by, they say they told small businesses not to worry, that tax cuts will ultimately offset any cost of tariffs. And that's all part of the big, beautiful, one big, beautiful bill, right? All right, anything else in the mix here? What do we got? China, they do say, this is interesting, has taken a hard stance on tariffs, but they're actually softening behind the scenes. According to Bloomberg, there are 131 exempted items worth about $40 billion and covering about 24% of Chinese imports from the U.S. Kind of like when your mom says, no dessert for you, but grandma sneaks you some cookies anyway. But they say China's not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. It's a strategic move to ensure their imports don't collapse. Then Tokyo. This is interesting. Japan's finance minister has hinted at using a powerful bargaining chip in his tariff talks, selling the country's more than $1 trillion in U.S. Treasury holdings. Japan, they say, holds more U.S. Treasuries than any other nation. So what could happen? Selling the Treasuries would cause yields to surge, increasing borrowing cost for the U.S. government. One strategist says that this tariff war is kind of like a street fight, where you don't need to use the weapon, but you just kind of brandish the weapon. So that's headlined as Tokyo's trump card. All right, let's see. Try again here. Vic, back on board. What's going on, Vic?
Hey, did I drop off or did I fall asleep on you? I wore out from doing nothing.
I think you might have dozed off on us. I came to you and it was rather, at least you weren't snoring.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. It's that time of year. I mean, I really am wore out from doing nothing with all the rain and everything.
Yeah.
I was out pulling weeds and one thing and another in the yard. But, real quick, the Derby that ran there Saturday, I was talking to someone. They said that they were going to pave over the infield, and I don't know what they're going to do there at Churchill Downs by paving over the infield. I know that the Blue Bloods up in the stands, they don't like to mix with the people down in, the peasants down the infield, but I don't know what they have on their sleeve on that. But I just thought I'd throw that out there. But I was thinking to myself, that's another case of, I don't think the people, the sports people, I don't think they really understand the fans, and that's the same way with NASCAR and that sports thing. I don't know if you got that email I sent you about, Brain Dead was talking about the 27 different pension funds. That was quite a mess after they took it out of the hands of the Teamsters, because they didn't like the Teamsters being a bank for the gangsters and racketeers.
Mm-hmm.
And it went through several different hands and companies and everything. And you have to sort through all that to kind of understand why Yellow folded. But really what I called about was about Trump's management style. And he learned his management basically from Roy Cohn, not Cohen, Roy Cohn. And Roy Cohn and RFK Sr., they were lawyers for I forget what they call it, but anyway, Senator Joe McCarthy out of Wisconsin. He was hunting reds way back when, and Roy Cohn, he was a pretty vicious lawyer, and he followed that up for a long time, and he gave President Eisenhower a lot of fits, and he really kind of lost out there with the when he went against the Army there on those, I don't know if it was the un-American activities or what they call it, but it was McCarthy's big red hunt. And the way it turned out, McCarthy had actually been put in office by the labor union at the time called the Congress of Industrial Organizations. And it was heavily infested with communists. And Eisenhower at the time had broken the Soviet code, but they couldn't come out and say anything. And with all the different charges that Roy Cohn was making, it was making it very difficult for Eisenhower to actually get rid of the communists. And that was back, the Korean War, he shut that down. The Vietnam War was getting started and everything else. So, but he was also the Trump family attorney. And he was also the consigliere, or the attorney for the Gambino crime family. And that was one of the 5 families there in New York. And that's where Trump learned his kind of straightforward, heavy-handed approach. He really didn't become like some people just have a certain charisma about them and an ability to get people done.
Right. Hey, Vic, we got to pause there, so we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's not sure what Canada's prime minister wants to talk about when the two meet up tomorrow.
I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is scheduled to speak with Trump at the White House. The high-stakes meeting comes in the midst of a trade war between the two nations. This is going to be Carney's first trip to Washington since he was elected last week. The battle over President Trump's 2026 fiscal year budget proposal is underway.
Republican House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington of Texas says we can address the massive deficit by cutting wasteful spending in Medicaid.
We can save over $1.5 trillion without touching a dime of the benefit funding.
Arrington also told Fox News Sunday Republicans have to stick together and not allow Democrats to scare voters into thinking they want to gut social services. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, picking up where we left off there. First, good morning to 5-7, waking up here on a Tuesday. Go Navy. Copy the mail. All right. Hey, happy Taco Tuesday to you as well. Gary, good to have you on board. Powerball at $65 million. Thank you, Rick. Let me know when it gets to $650 million. I might buy a ticket then, right? All right, welcome back, Vic.
All right, yeah. Have they increased the price of Powerball? I thought they said they were going to raise to $5 a ticket or something after the first of the year. That's I don't know if they did or not, but because I haven't tried to buy one for a while. But back to what I was talking about there with Trump. He has that almost gangster style thing, you know, where what that that movie there. Shoot, I'm trying to think what they said there when they put that horse's head in somebody's bed there on the Godfather, one of the Godfather shows there. Oh, a deal you can't refuse or something of that nature. And that's kind of been his Trump's management style. And in the government world, you can't quite do that. Like the deal there was putting the prisoners out there in Alcatraz. You know how long a government project takes? I mean, he'll be out of office. The deal with Canada, they would have to vote on that. Canada has a different style about becoming a state. The First Nation would have to vote on it. The provinces would have to vote on it. That's a long-winded process.
Mm-hmm.
And we really don't have that kind of time. And like in Mexico down there, he is fussing about the cartels and all that. Well, the Mexican president, I guess she is, she wanted help in trying to figure out where these cartels were getting these heavy-duty military-style weapons, because, you know, they're outgunned and it's corrupt, and there's a lot of things that Trump could work on, because she thinks that they're coming from the United States, whether they're coming from the United States or, you know, being smuggled in by China, who knows? But there are things that Trump could work on with Mexico, and there in Canada. I seen something about that some of the stuff being smuggled in from China is coming down a river. I think it's down through British Columbia. I forgot the name of the river, and I believe it comes out in our state of Washington or Montana. One of those. It's a very desolate area up there, and they were also smuggling people in that way. So there are things that can be worked on, you know, with our friends. Now, as far as our enemies like China, and also with Russia there, the deal with Ukraine. Do you remember the bio labs they had there in Ukraine? At first they said we didn't, that they weren't there, and then they finally had to admit they were. You know, that's something that could be worked on. We might even get to the bottom of the COVID thing. I mean, there are so many things that can be worked on that kind of get things started and the ball rolling, rather than this confrontational style, and especially with our friends. And you were just mentioning Japan there. I didn't realize Japan had made that threat, but when Carter was in office, we couldn't sell bonds in dollars. We had to sell them denominated in yen. So I don't know if Japan still has a lot of those or what, but I'm thankful. They were talking today about how the people covered up for Joe Biden, and it's like, well, that's perfectly fine with me, because think what would have happened if Kamala Harris would have became president. Lord only knows what would have happened then. So by one way and another, you know, Trump got reelected, and I'm glad of that. And I thought he'd be a little bit smarter about the way he was going to approach things. And right off the bat, he jumped on this tariff thing. And that was the only thing I'm saying. And then, like I said, coming up with this Alcatraz deal, they closed that prison down after supposedly 3 people successfully escaped from Alcatraz, but they always said no, they didn't escape. They might have got out of the prison, but you know, the waters would have. They had some bad waters there, so you know, really bad currents there, and supposedly they couldn't have made that with a life raft. But there's been a few movies made on that. But Alcatraz, it was actually an island that was owned by the Indians, and after they quit using it as a prison, I don't know if you remember the Indians going back and wanting to reclaim the island. I don't think they got it back, but it's like I said, they turned it into a tourist distraction. When you see some of the pictures inside there, Lord, it'll be 20 years before they get that thing ready. So the other deal is that the deportation thing, and saying that they have to have what do they call it? Anyway, they have to have so many judicial hearings and all that. Well, George Bush, George W. Bush, he deported a British, I guess you'd call it a nanny. They call it au pair, but anyway, she was watching a pair of doctors' son in Boston, and the child had all the symptoms of shaken baby syndrome. The British nanny wound up going through court, and she wound up being convicted of a felon. It was reduced to manslaughter. And as soon as that, George Bush deported her because she was a felon. The Kennedy deported Sam Giancana. FDR deported Lucky Luciano on bad moral character. I mean, there are plenty of cases. So I don't know what these people are talking about, because the individual now, this Venezuelan, he came back the second time into the United States. That is a felony. I mean, why Trump just didn't look at all these different past things and ask Congress to bring that judge in and have him explain his reasoning. The judges, they're not all powerful. They have to stand up too. So I just don't understand this confrontational thing whenever Trump has so many things on his side that he could use. And that was the main thing that I was making, because of stuff he's thinking it's not going to be done overnight, Alcatraz in Canada. And you were just mentioning about how some of the people are trying to get around it, like going to Vietnam, one thing and another, and that's to be expected. And when you're running a small business, probably if you have 3 months worth of cash flow, you're doing pretty good. So, they just, and borrowing more money, that's not the answer, because then you just get behind the 8 ball even more. So he could wind up doing damage to the economy and China even before this. And the orders, they economically, they weren't in the best of shape. And whether you like China or not, they're at the point now that they could kind of affect the whole world's economy. And so, and then that would be bad news for everybody. So that was the main thing I was pointing. I wish somebody kind of sat down and explain to Trump what all the risks are, the way he's going at things, and that he would pay heed to it. But I don't think Trump's the type of person that would pay heed to a lot of different things. But we'll just have to wait and see, I guess, how it'll work out, because it's the whole deal with the, we've been talking about the eggs and avian flu stuff. I was looking up some stuff over the weekend, and I didn't realize it, but United Egg Producers had an antitrust lawsuit against them because they controlled the price of eggs way back when anyway. Then all of a sudden, here comes the avian flu, and everybody forgot about the antitrust part. So I don't know if there was a connection there or something, but I don't know what's happened to the antitrust lawsuit, but they were controlling the price of eggs anyway, and everybody was upset because they were going up even before that the avian flu hit. And
right.
Just,
and
just one thing.
And to my knowledge, there's an active investigation right now that when the prices were, skyrocketing here, 6 months ago, they were still, manipulating the prices. There was no reason for the national average to have been up to, nearly $5 a dozen. And I know some people say that the prices are still relatively high. I haven't looked at egg prices in quite a few weeks. I guess the last time we bought eggs was for Easter Sunday. It is 844-844-3388. the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Yeah, I know folks in some parts of the country have been, waking up day after day and look out the window and say, hey, guess what? It's raining again. And that's going to be a very familiar scenario for many of our friends in the northeastern tier of the country. It's another rainy week in much of Texas, Oklahoma. Later in the day, Louisiana, Arkansas, into Mississippi. Yeah, any long breaks as far as dry weather is going to be hard to come by in the Northeast, though. Right on into Mother's Day weekend. An atmosphere spinning its wheels in the rain and the mud. According to AccuWeather, the Northeast needed a soak in rain to get over the spring drought, and the wildfire activity in recent weeks. The pattern this week's going to really erase any short-term drought or rainfall deficits. This current pattern will more than compensate with a daily dose of showers, thunderstorms, even episodes of heavy rain. We could even see some flooding problems. It's not going to rain constantly throughout the Northeast, but the timing the breaks... The breaks between the rain versus the dry weather, it's going to be almost impossible, given the pattern that's strewn with slow-moving, repetitive showers and batches of rain. The lawn-cutting crews may actually have to work in the rain or risk falling behind. When and where the rain is pouring down, it may feel cool and clammy. When the sun does come out briefly, it may feel warm and humid. Typically, in a pattern like this, the morning and midday hours tend to be sunnier, less rainy, versus when you get into the afternoon and evening hours. But there's going to be many exceptions. Where the sun manages to emerge for a few minutes or several hours on any given day, you'll have a moderate to high chance that's going to lead to an eruption of showers and thunderstorms. That's because the air between 5,000 and 20,000 feet up is much colder than near the ground. So anytime you get those warm thermals that rise into the colder air, that will quickly condense into towering clouds, bringing drenching showers and gusty thunderstorms. Some of these can bring brief, strong winds, significant hail, and flash flooding. So on into Tuesday evening, the zone mostly centered over New England will develop where the air is going to be so moist that longer-lasting, drenching rain is going to come down. Cumulative rainfall since the start of the month may range from 4 to 8 inches in the wettest spots of this pattern. All right, flash flooding will likely be rare, but it can occur anywhere you get a drenching shower or thunderstorm that lingers for more than just a few minutes. Knucklebuster, what do you say? Taco Tuesday?
No, good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. This is a totally terrific Tuesday. Hey, we've had rain, we've had snow. I'm over 20 minutes ago. So, has he called in this morning?
Who's that?
Heat Wave.
No, have not heard from Heat Wave this morning.
Well, I don't want to call him and wake him up, so maybe we need to get him up and get him on the air calling Steve Summers Overnight Drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I'm out here in Albuquerque right now. It's rain. They were going crazy back there. And it was started out as rain, then changed to snow, but it only got down to 34 degrees. But they were blowing water off of their tires. The pavement wasn't even froze. So. But they were acting like, man, this is a major winter storm there. So who knows? I bought 18 eggs last Saturday there. Went over and got them heirloom blue eggs there. I didn't even bother looking at the price of them. I know they're more expensive than them white eggs or the brown eggs. I don't care. I just go over and pick them up, and that's what Tennessee wanted, so that's what I got her, right?
Right.
Yep. Well, let's get that Semper Fi shout out to Chuck and Phil and Captain Ron there. So, we always, and Horsefather sent me a video today about that 100-year-old Marine singing the national anthem.
Yes.
I asked Horsefather, are you trying to tell me that that guy sings better than me? I would hope he does. But anyway, that's y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, and make damn sure you call Steve Summers at 844-844-3388. Steve, Tennessee asked me to tell her something funny tonight, so I told her what I told you last night about a real friend and a true friend, and she didn't find that amusing at all. I said that you my main chick, my side chick, and my psycho chick, too. So, and then the fight was on, Steve.
Oh, boy.
Have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. If I get a chance, I'll slip in that loneliest hour for just a second or two.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm out here in La La Land in New Mexico. Well, it's 4 o'clock your time. Oh man, anyway, have a good morning.
Yeah, we're almost to that loneliest hour as we speak. You didn't realize that, did you? Now, in New Mexico, it's like north central. You got the mountains there. Yeah, the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, the northern and the southern Sangre de Cristo Mountains. I mean, they're talking 4 to 8 inches of snow, with higher amounts between maybe 10 to 15 inches across the peaks. And that's as we speak this morning. The northern and southern Sangre de Cristo Mountains. It's kind of a very narrow swath there in north central New Mexico. And let me see, some of these areas, the higher the elevation, obviously, the more accumulation, 1 to 2 feet in areas above 8,500 feet. Okay. So roads, including mountain passes, will become slick and hazardous. Yeah, the heavy, wet snow may cause tree and power line damage there as well. We got a couple minutes before a news break. It is 844-844-3388. Southern border, Mexico, declining President Trump's offer to deploy U.S. troops in Mexico to help combat the drug cartels. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum announcing over the weekend. Wall Street Journal first reported last Friday, based on several sources, that President Trump had offered to send U.S. troops to take a leading role in efforts within Mexico to counter the cartels. Sheinbaum was asked to comment on the Wall Street Journal's reporting as she attended an event near the Capitol, which she responded by saying, "You know what I told him? I said, no, President Trump. The territory is inviolable. Sovereignty is inviolable." She said she remains willing to work with the U.S. on some measures to counter the cartel activity, but draws the line at U.S. boots on the ground in her country, which I think we'd probably be in the same boat, right? We can share information, but we will never accept the presence of the U.S. Army on our territory. The Epoch Times reached out to the White House for comment about the reported troop deployment and the administration's communications with Sheinbaum. They did not respond prior to publication time, but since taking office, Trump has obviously sought more expansive security measures along the U.S.-Mexico border. Interview back in late January, Pete Hegseth left open the possibility of U.S. military action in Mexico. Responding to his comments just days after that, Sheinbaum insisted her country's sovereignty will be respected. Now, she did agree to mobilize some 10,000 Mexican troops to assist along the northern border, expanding the effort to counter cross-border trafficking. Of course, to that, Trump agreed to delay the 25% tariff on Mexico as a show of goodwill following that troop deployment, because in his mind, she appears to be doing something to actually try to maybe counter the fentanyl trafficking and the illegals. Of course, by mid-February, our State Department has officially designated 6 Mexican cartels as now foreign terrorist organizations, along with the El Salvador-based MS-13 and the Venezuela-based Tren de Aragua, all foreign terror organizations. And that gives more avenues for the government to target the finances of these transnational criminal organizations. And they also raised the possibility of military action. Final hour just ahead of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's not sure what Canada's Prime Minister wants to talk about when the two meet up tomorrow.
I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is scheduled to speak with Trump at the White House. The high-stakes meeting comes in the midst of a trade war between the two nations. Trump has also increased tension, suggesting Canada should become part of the U.S. This is going to be Carney's first trip to Washington since he was elected last week. The battle over President Trump's 2026 fiscal year budget proposal is underway.
Republican House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington of Texas says we can address the massive deficit by cutting wasteful spending in Medicaid.
We can save over $1.5 trillion without touching a dime of the benefit funding.
Arrington also told Fox News Sunday Republicans have to stick together and not allow Democrats to scare voters into thinking they want to gut social services. John Summers, USA Radio News.
With the deadline on Wednesday to switch over to Real ID, scams are trying to take full advantage of the Americans rushing to get it done.
The deadline to get a Real ID before your next flight is quickly approaching on May 7th. The scammers are hoping that your rush will help them get into your wallet. The Better Business Bureau warns against falling for fast-track offers and advises verifying government websites before providing personal information. Beware of fraudulent texts, emails, and calls claiming to expedite the Real ID process. It's crucial to be cautious and report any scams if you become a victim. Experts say pay close attention and verify website URLs and consider visiting the DMV in person to ensure a secure application process. I'm Katie Gray.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 98 points. The S&P 500 fell 36 points. The Nasdaq lost 133 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp says he is not going to be running for the U.S. Senate next year.
The governor made the announcement on social media on Monday. The race for the seat currently held by Democrat Jon Ossoff is expected to be one of the most closely contested in the country. Ossoff won the state's 2020-2021 U.S. Senate election, defeating incumbent Republican Senator David Perdue in a runoff election. Meanwhile, Governor Kemp said he had decided after many conversations with friends, supporters, and leaders who had encouraged him to run. He said he'll work alongside President Trump and Senate leadership to ensure the GOP has a strong Republican nominee who can win next November. I'm Liz Kennedy.
Many air traffic controllers in Philadelphia who control the airspace at Newark Liberty International Airport are apparently out on trauma leave.
Their union, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, says the federal workers did not walk off the job. They've taken approved leave because of a traumatic incident on April 28th in which they had no eyes, no ears on airplanes for 90 seconds. The result of a radar and communications blackout caused by a fried copper wire.
Can't believe that something like this could happen like this.
400 cancellations, 2,000 delays at Newark Airport since Friday.
I was delayed getting in here on United, and I'm getting delayed getting out of here on JetBlue.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, kicking off that final hour here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, Billy joined us here a little bit ago. Morning, Billy. Good to have you on board. Hello to the Overnight Drive, folks. Roki said, visited Alcatraz. Yeah, the last meal was breakfast on March 21st, 1963. It was the final year that Alcatraz was up and running. Last meal, dry cereals, steamed whole wheat, a scrambled egg, milk, stewed fruit, toast, bread and butter. Of course, everything had to be shipped in to Alcatraz, including fresh water. All right, so I'm talking about the egg prices here a few minutes ago. Roy said, right now, he said $4.49 for a dozen, $6.69 for the 18 via the Kroger app. Now, Roki responded saying, I got 36 eggs for $10.38 at Costco. It came from a farm in St. Henry, Ohio. Yeah, Roki's down here in my neck of the woods, southwest Ohio region. So, yeah, 3 dozen for $10 and some change. All right, let me start things off this hour before we get back to the calls. I got permission from our friend, Woodpecker. He's another, who was a very, very seldom caller to the program. But, for quite some time, almost on a nightly basis, we would hear from his wife, always wishing the best for her special driver, you recall. Often when we'd start, we went through a period there where I stopped hearing from him, and she did mention he had an accident on his bike. Let me share what he had to say. And again, I got permission to share this story after he sent this email here about a week ago. He said, hey there, Mr. Summers, I can't tell you how much it meant to hear Mr. Scarecrow the other night talking about his accident and subsequent penalties. Hearing his story and the pain in his voice from the realities that came from his situation hits close to home. I totaled my bike Friday, September the 13th. Not remembering the crash, just waking up to a paramedic telling me not to move. Thankfully, I was wearing a helmet and gear. While at the hospital, a deputy asked if he could have him do a blood draw. Of course, the answer was yes, sir. I had 6 fractured ribs, shoulder road rash, broken helmet, many trips to rehabilitation, doctors, and other appointments. I thought all was well. Wrong. Close to 5 weeks later, a warrant was issued. I turned myself in, bonded out, got an attorney, called my employer, and I was put on a safety hold until the outcome of the case. If the charges were lowered, I would still have a job. The case got pushed till April 1st. The outcome, OWI, endangering a person, me, just me, myself, and I, very reminiscent of Scarecrow. Sentence, 10 days in jail, which turned out to be 5 actual. 3 months home detention, actual with a GPS ankle monitor. 3 months probation following home detention, actual. 6 months operator license suspension. And a 12 months CDL disqualification. I'm 60 years old, been driving trucks for the past 35 years. Not sure what path is going to be next. But hearing Scarecrow tell his story really made me appreciate what all was lost and totally due to our own actions. When you shared so that others might have an opportunity to not take for granted what they have, is genuinely cool. Just in case you were wondering, I apologize for not telling you sooner. I'm just not sure I could man up to do it. All right, so take care. Thank you. That was the email. And of course, in the email there, he did not mention, I followed up with an email a couple mornings ago. I said to him, would I be able to maybe share this with the audience? Because I think we could have an honest, genuine discussion about the ramifications of being a CDL holder. Even as 2 separate cases, a weekend rolls around. You're not out there, you're not driving a commercial vehicle, you're just on your own, whether it's your personal vehicle or in both of their cases on the 2-wheeler, on the bike. The fact that you can lose your profession, your job. Obviously with a 12-month CDL suspension, what's it going to do for a year? And then, at that point, if you do opt to get back into a truck, would you even be able to find someone to hire you, I guess, is a question. But I thank you so much for sharing there, Woodpecker. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Well, I guess his ears were burning. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning. Good morning, Senor. Yeah, if it snows in New Mexico, especially in Albuquerque, if there's an inch of snow on the ground, they go out and buy all the tortillas that they could find because, Lord knows when it's going to be safe to go out on the roads again. But I tell you, that surprises me that we're still getting snow this late in the year, but we need moisture. I just don't need it on my roof right about now.
Mm-hmm.
So
did you get word back? Did you get word back? Was it a massive hail ball? Did it actually come through, or?
I haven't heard anything from anyone.
Oh.
And I did give them both my daughter and Lady Heatwave's phone number. I said, I ain't going to be there. I'm going to be on the road trying to make some money here. And And all we're getting is a text from different people saying we are the ones that are going to be taking care of your property. And, oh, by the way, there's a $2,000 deductible. And it's like, no, there's a $1,000 deductible. And it's like, when the hell did USAA go up on my deductibles? I didn't agree to nothing like that. So, And I tell you what, it seems like no matter whether it's automobile insurance or property insurance, everybody pays for another part of the country's issue. My insurance was going up and up and up with USAA, maybe because of my indiscretion here on 40 in California during the whatever the hell it was. We all had to wear masks on.
The pandemic.
But going downhill, doing 75 with yellow, yeah. Well, if Haji in the right lane would have slowed down, I would have got in front of him, and life would have been gravy. But no, that's another story for another time. But yeah, it seemed like the insurance when I was with another company kept on going up and up and up, and I didn't have any accidents or tickets. And I said, why? They said, well, it's because of your credit score. We found out that people with lower credit scores are generally bad drivers. I was like, geez, you can't have a low credit score because everything's going to be higher. You can't have a home. You can't have regular insurance on your cars because someone else has an issue. We're all paying for it, and I don't know how much money the insurance companies are making each year. But, when you hear someone's, after all the expenses, they're making $104 billion a year, well, I'm speechless. I don't know anything. So, but yeah, we just still waiting to hear from somebody to come out there and make an appointment and take a look-see. I mean, someone said, well, maybe it was lightning. And I thought, well, we didn't have a surge in the house. Mm-hmm. Nothing was sparking. Nothing was smelling of smoke. So I really don't know. It could have been just that one massive hailstone that was formed, and it was in a torrent of wind, and finally decided I'm heavy enough I can fall through. Mm-hmm. And I just was the unfortunate recipient of nature's fastball from hell.
I mean, we've seen numerous reports of major hail out there in Texas, Oklahoma, for the last several weeks. And some of these are softball size. I mean, that's big.
Yeah. Yep. And Saturday, I traveled up 287 from Fort Worth to Amarillo, and going through Wichita Falls. They've got a river running through there, or a creek, whatever you want to call it. That was almost full banks, and you could see where the debris was up on the fences. And I mean, if you got a wire barrier in the middle of the median between the two sets of roadways, and you've got debris on top of that wire barrier, man, say that fast 5 times. Yeah, they had some water, and you could still see where the grass had been laid down due to the rushing water. But I tell you what, everything was nice and green. The cattle were fat and happy, and it wasn't mud. It wasn't from being eating mud. I mean, they were bloated with all that green grass in their system. So, yeah, that was a fun run. Well, we finally made it back to Las Vegas, and we got back in our tractor, our regular tractor, and everything seems to be working all right. So hopefully we don't break down. We went to Fontana, and an hour and a half later we're up going to Joliet, Illinois. We're going to see Jake and Elwood. For those who know, you know.
So that's a long run, Fontana to Joliet.
Yeah, it's a little over 1,900 miles. So that's not too bad. That's not shabby. That's what we want to do, you know. And right now, with the economy being the way that it is, to get miles as a solo, as a single, man, I was having a hard time just to get 2,500 miles a week. Now, prior to my accident back in September, and I'm glad to hear Woody's doing much better, and it's sad to hear how it happened, but you know, we are under a higher standard than most anyone else out there with a regular driver's license. Yeah, he got hurt the Friday before I got hurt. So, I mean, yeah, my Friday the 13th was the 20th of September, whereas his was actually the Friday the 13th of September. But yeah, I'd seen that he's on Facebook a little bit more often now than what he has been in the past. Yeah, it's man, I tell you what, it's tough. It's tough. Whenever I'm home, I asked Lady Heatwave, am I done driving for the day, because of all the things that she needs that she can't go out and just get, because she's still hurting a little bit. Not as much, but she still don't feel like she's very, that she would be safe behind the wheel. So generally she either has it delivered or I have to go get it. But I do ask her, I say, hey, am I done driving for the day? And if she says yes, then I'll go ahead and I'll grab a Shiner Bock or, you know, some wine or whatnot and settle down. But, yeah, man, that is something in the back of my mind. It's like you do not want to get caught up in, especially now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'd heard Knucklebuster saying he didn't want to call me up since I didn't call in. I might be sleeping, but no, I'm up and awake. I just got up a little bit later than normal. I got up at midnight Pacific time, so. But yeah, other than that, not a whole lot happening. Since I drive at night, my head's in the sand. I don't know what's going on. That Shine Bomb it almost sounds like a Jewish name there. They got a Jewish princess running Mexico. You know, it's not a sign of weakness to say, yeah, we need help. You know, and I mean, we got better trained people here than what they have over there. You know, if they need help, hey, come on, let us help you out. Get rid of some of these people that's in control of your government.
Yeah,
you may not want to admit it.
I mean, interesting. I saw a video here like day before yesterday. I mean, she has some opposition there, and this is another woman, and I can't remember what part of Mexico she was from, but she was actually showing photographs of Shine Bomb, chumming it up with some of the lawyers that defend the likes of El Chapo and some of the cartels. Mm-hmm. She's accusing her, like many others historically, of the government being intertwined and kind of being run by the cartels there. And I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Well, I'd made mention of this well before, during the Biden administration. It's like, we know where these people are. We know where these warehouses are. We know where, these people live. And kind of like that one movie with Harrison Ford where he was a government agent, clear and present danger. We don't have to send people in. We can go ahead and just park a couple of aircraft there on the border, have them flying in a circular formation if it's a fixed wing. If it's a rotary wing, just have them high enough where they can fire a couple of Hellfire missiles if it's within their range, and let's just wipe them out. Collateral damage? Yeah, there's going to be collateral damage, but I think they've made more damage here, collateral damage, with their drugs coming across, and the Mexican government not doing anything about it, and of course Biden not doing anything about it. That really added to the death toll here from drugs and illegal aliens coming in and with records. But if if Trump has designated these cartels as terrorist organizations, what difference would it be if we were to attack a terrorist organization overseas, and then to attack the ones in Mexico here that are much closer to home? I don't know what the difference would be. Again, I'm not a politician.
Obviously, I don't think that wouldn't probably go over too well with the leadership. I mean, because we're every single day right now we are attacking and bombing the hell out of the Houthis there in Yemen.
Well, obviously, we're not hitting them hard enough. If they're still able to fire off missiles towards Israel, it's and a lot of times it's not the people, it's the government. And with Iran, it's the government. My understanding is the people really don't like their government, but they're afraid to speak, because if you speak bad about the government, well, then you won't be speaking for much longer. And I really believe that, of course, I'm not a politician, it's just me. We need to absolutely bomb the living hell out of where these government officials live, and the terrorists just wipe them out. And I have no qualms with Israel going in and wiping out Hamas, because you don't mess with the right hand of God and expect to have mercy. So, there's going to be some collateral damage there too with the hostages and with them surrounding themselves, the militants with civilian, what they call the human shields.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if it's going to bring peace in that neck of the woods, to get rid of that element that just says we hate all, Jews and Christians, I don't know.
We're the infidels.
Probably why I'm not.
It's the infidels. Yes, correct.
The big Satans. Yeah, I'm
100%. All right. Well, hey, thank you, Senor Heatwave. So. Yeah, he's going to be putting a few miles under his belt. Fontana, California to Joliet and back. All right, let me see here. A couple minutes before we hit news break. Yeah, electric vehicles. I came across an interesting little breakdown that had the graphic with it, showing an actual photograph. It was a Tesla Model Y battery. It takes up all the space under the passenger compartment of the vehicle. These electric vehicles, if you don't realize that those batteries, from rear wheels to front wheels, everything underneath you is the battery compartment. Now, to manufacture this battery, the Model Y, you need 12 tons of rock to be mined for lithium. 5 tons of cobalt minerals. Most cobalt is made of a byproduct of processing copper and nickel ores. It is the most difficult and expensive material to obtain for a battery. You need 3 tons of nickel ore, 12 tons of copper ore. You have to move 250 tons of soil to obtain 26.5 pounds of lithium, 30 pounds of nickel, 48.5 pounds of manganese, and 15 pounds of cobalt. To manufacture the battery, it also requires 441 pounds of aluminum, steel, and or plastic, 112 pounds of graphite. The monstrous Caterpillar 994A is used to move the Earth to obtain the minerals needed for the battery. The Cat consumes 264 gallons of diesel every 12 hours. The bulk of necessary minerals for manufacturing the batteries come from China or Africa. And much of the labor, by the way, in Africa is done by children. When you buy an electric vehicle, China profits the most. Now, there's a bit more to this, but we've got to get our news break here. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Closing arguments are wrapping up in the murder trial of 3 former Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols. The prosecution said the case boils down to a simple fact.
That night, January 7th, 2023, those 3 officers did bad things.
Over 6 days, attorneys called 17 witnesses, including a police trainer who admitted the force used on Nichols was excessive. None of the former officers testified. Prosecutors previously rested their case after calling 5 witnesses, stating video evidence clearly shows what happened that night in 2023. Closing arguments will continue in the morning. Skype is shutting down after over 20 years.
Skype users can move their accounts to the Teams app, where the tech giant notes they can use many of the same features. Microsoft executive calls Skype an integral part of shaping modern communications and supporting countless meaningful moments. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We were talking just what goes into the manufacture and the mentality of these, the Green New Deal people. How your electric vehicles saving the environment, saving the world. Most of them probably having no idea what it takes, actually, the components, the amount of mining that has to go into manufacturing. They go on to say the 2021 Model Y OEM battery, the cheapest Tesla battery, right now on the internet runs $5,000, not including shipping or installation. The battery weighs 1,000 pounds. Can you imagine the shipping cost? They break down the cost of Tesla batteries. The Model 3 battery. The battery itself is $14,000. The car itself, the MSRP is $39,000. $38,990. I like to round the numbers off. The Model Y battery runs from $5,000 to $5,500. Vehicle itself, MSRP $47,740. The Model S battery alone runs you from $13,000 to $20,000. The car, the MSRP, $74,990, $75,000. The Model X battery alone, $13,000. The car, $80,000, $79,990. It takes 7 years for an electric car to reach what they call net zero CO2. The life expectancy of the battery is 10 years average. So only in the last 3 years, if it lasts the full 10, do you actually start to reduce your so-called carbon footprint. But then the battery has to be replaced. You lose any gains that were made, and actually in the long run, it's actually producing more emissions. Now, he said, my new friend Michael made some excellent points. I forgot to mention the amount of energy required to process the raw materials and the amount of energy used to haul these batteries to the U.S., sometimes back and forth a couple of times. Amber Bogey reminded me that there's still many trash-burning, fossil fuel, and coal-burning power plants that are making the energy to refuel the battery. So long story short, by all means, get an electric car. Just don't sell me on how awesome you are for the environment or for human rights, for that matter. Okay, sometimes the rest of the story paints a totally different picture, does it not? Plowboy, what do you say?
I sure as hell don't want one, not pass. Hell. If I'm going to go green, I'll go back and I'll make an Amish my neighbor and I'll take their buggy any day. Damn, I can't imagine the prices of the battery you just said, Steve. And wow, and that's I'm trying to think. Has your Meyer got a plug-in station now? You know I'm asking.
I don't know if I know my Kroger store they've actually put some chargers out in front of the store. I'm not sure. I normally shop Kroger, not Meyer, so.
Okay. We got a Hy-Vee up here. I see them all the time. Every shape and size from you name the EV, and it's parked there charging. It's like, just only if they knew how much coal that was going through Sunflower power plant out here they were pumping in that car, or plugged in that car, whatever you want to say, energizing it, how much it took. Now, what was the How many gallons of fuel did you say that 964 was burning?
What was it? 200 and something gallons. 264 gallons in 12 hours.
$1,000 in 12 hours. That's how much fuel is going to cost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Unreal. But back to the reason why I called you back. Woodpecker, we've been talking about this, or we've talked about this here in the past, during the last 6 months. He can, in a year, get it back. It's not going to be easy. You remember we were talking about all these drivers were going to fall out of compliance that was not, that had not went through the return to work status.
Right, return to duty status, correct.
And that's not going to be cheap. Plus, his SR-22 is going to go through the damn roof. I mean, that's one reason why Steve, I absolutely stay away from it at all costs, no matter what. I'll tell you something, Steve. Honestly, it's hard for me to take cough syrup because you never know what's in it. You never know what's going to come back to bite you in the yin-yang.
Mm-hmm.
And you can say it was doctor prescribed. There's so much. But no, to go out and have a steak dinner, couple, 2 or 3 good skull busters, as you and Gouger called them, is not worth me being out of work a year or 2 and whatever else is going to take me to get me back into damn truck.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, it's, I guess, typically about $10,000 is what it costs if you actually get, like a DUI.
On the sheep side.
Oh, yeah?
Closer to about 20.
Wow.
Yeah. I've just had a couple of my counterparts that had to go through that with their family members. But, now, are you going to give flag? Damn it! Are you going to give Knuckle Buster the full story? What is he going to see on top of Flag? Is it going to be 5 foot of snow on top of Flagstaff? And is he going to be really seeing white?
I don't see any. I don't see any wintry advisories there in Arizona. Just yes, some
really.
Yeah, some winter weather advisories there in south central and southwest Utah. Nothing in Arizona, but yeah, that's that north central New Mexico, that little swath, the Sangre de Cristo Mountains,
right,
piling up.
But honestly, last time I talked to Red Mule, if they would have multiple blizzard warnings, he would not be unhappy. He said this is one of the worst dry seasons he's ever seen out there in Cedar City.
Oh, yeah?
He said it's not good.
Mm.
Yeah. And that was been about 2 weeks ago when him and I had about an hour discussion. Well, other than that, I'll get off here. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow night. Y'all have a good one. Thank you again, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right, Plowboy, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning, about 18 before the hour. 844-844-3388. It's very reminiscent. I can't remember which bridge the incident. Remember the truck driver that ended up kind of dangling off the bridge over the river? A similar event unfolded over the weekend there in Louisville, day after the Derby. According to the report from the Courier-Journal, southbound I-65 near the John F. Kennedy Memorial Bridge, closed Sunday. A crash that left the cab of a tractor trailer hanging off the bridge. The paper reported the Louisville Fire and Rescue crew successfully rescued the driver of the tractor trailer in about 30 minutes' time after arriving at the scene of the crash, which was first reported about 9:47 a.m. Louisville Division of Fire spokesman Donovan Sims said a rescuer from Louisville Fire was lowered into the cab via a high-point rope system. Driver was not injured, according to the fire department. Preliminary investigation showed the trailer was heading southbound when the driver lost control, struck the rail of the bridge, causing the cab to hang over the rail with the driver inside. Kind of a precarious position to be in. No other vehicles involved in the crash, but officials still investigating what caused him to lose control. In a news conference hours after the rescue operation, the fire chief said the department trains their crews for situations just like this on the Kennedy Bridge. For firefighters, this is game day for them. They practice all the time. They're ready for this. We certainly don't want to minimize the danger that's there, but that's what you're hired. That's what you hired these firefighters to do, as you put it. Yeah, when it's time to go, they are laser focused. All right. Thank you. Tip of the hat to the first responders there. All right. More to come. Let's get an NTPA update here on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Minnesota's got a dozen events from Arlington to Waconia. It's 1, 4, 5, and 6 for Michigan, Indiana, the Carolinas, and Wisconsin. This, as NTPA member state organizations bring truck and tractor pulling to fairs and festivals of all sizes. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radar Report. We conclude our long look at the 2025 NTPA sanctioned event schedule with the entry level of championship pulling, namely member state events. The association comprises several state organizations which provide a first step in a regulated pulling competition. Let's begin in the Southeast with the United Pullers of the Carolinas, who were supposed to get underway in Taylor, South Carolina this past weekend. The two-day Tigerville tractor pull will be postponed until summertime. Check NTPAPULL.com or the NTPA app to find out when. This coming weekend, it's the University of Mount Olive Benefit Pull in Mount Olive, North Carolina on Saturday, May 3rd. Then on May 16th and 17th, the Wilson County Fairgrounds 300 takes over Wilson, North Carolina. Winston-Salem's Piedmont 300 assumes center stage on August 22nd and 23rd before Wilson welcomes its second event, the County Fair Invitational, on September 17th to wrap the UPOC slate. Moving north, the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers Association will present a quartet of pulls in 2025. On June 25th, it's Richmond, Indiana's Wayne County Fair Pull. A month later, on July 25th, the Bartholomew County Fair brings the smoke and noise to Columbus, Indiana. Munsey's Delaware County Fair Pull follows 2 days hence on July 27th. And the granddaddy of them all, the Indiana State Fair Pull, will gleam in the afternoon sunshine of August 3rd. The Bull Ring Pullers get one of their own on Labor Day Saturday, August 30th, at the Saline Community Fair in Saline, just outside Ann Arbor. On to Wisconsin for a half dozen Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association state shows. Stanley's Truck and Tractor Pull on June 6th, the Ettrick Lions Power Pull in Ettrick on June 14th, the Langlade County Fair Pull in Antigo on July 25th, the Colby Pullers Clubs Pulling for a Purpose on August 16th in Colby, Loyal's Corn Festival NTPA Pull on August 23rd, and over Labor Day weekend, it's Sturgeon Fest. That truck and tractor pull invades Gem Falls on August 30th. Finally, we get to the Land O'Lakes and the United Pullers of Minnesota's 12 state events. The Corcoran Lions Club will host 2 of them on May 31st and August 23rd in Corcoran. Herman's Grant County Fair Pull is set for July 18th, with Faribault's Rice County Fair Pull a day later. On July 25th, the Scott County Fair Pull in Jordan takes place, and then Arlington Sibley County Fair Pull rounds out the month of July on the 31st. That's the first of 3 straight days of pulling that also hits the Pipestone County Fair in Pipestone and the Chippewa County Fair in Montevideo on August 1st and 2nd. The next 2 are also back-to-back on August 7th and 8th, namely the Mower County Fair Pull in Austin and the Sarver County Fair Pull in Waconia. The Ogilvy Raceway Pull on August 22nd comes just ahead of Corcoran 2, and then the Howard Lake Tractor Pull shuts the lid on the season on September 6th. The entire list of state polls may be found on the schedule page at ntpapull.com, and this year the brand new NTPA mobile app available for download on Android and Apple will also include event information and, where available, lineups and results for the association's member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, happy terrific Taco Tuesday. Says Truck and Phil. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Oh, don't forget the Knuckle Buster. 52 degrees to start things off, 67 for a high. Rain, rain, rain. Continued rain. 75% chance all day, Fort Wayne. All right, have a great day, and Semper Fi to all from Truck and Phil. A couple of other stories as we kind of head down the home stretch here on a Tuesday morning. As we continue to witness the demise, or should we say, the destruction, the annihilation of women's sports around the country. Amon. I'm sorry. It should be a man. Who formerly swam against males is now dominating women's swimming. Anna Caldas, formerly known as both Hugo and now Hannah, trounced his competition at the U.S. Masters Swimming Spring National Championship in San Antonio, Texas over the weekend. According to event records, Caldas competed in the women's 45 to 49 category, taking home first place in 5 events. It's a miracle. The 50-yard freestyle, 100-yard freestyle, 50-yard breaststroke, 100-yard breaststroke, and the 100-yard individual medley. He actually won 3 of the races by more than 3 seconds, which is dominating in the pool. According to the Independent Council on Women's Sports, there is no length of time during which testosterone suppression eliminates male advantage. The council sending a letter to the U.S. Masters Swimming during the event after Caldas' first win, the group condemning the organization's rules that allows males to compete against women as long as they're on testosterone suppressants. Transparency in these matters is critical to maintaining the integrity of competition and the trust of all USMS athletes. Again, there's no length of time during which testosterone suppression eliminates that male advantage. Therefore, it should not serve as a guideline permitting biological men to compete in women's swimming. At a minimum, the USMS's responsibility to enforce its current policy. Former NCAA championship swimmer Riley Gaines, writing about the ordeal on her X page, saying, a man who goes by the name Anna swam 5 events at the U.S. Masters Swimming National Championship. He won them all. This is a real-life South Park episode. Obviously referencing to an episode of the show South Park that was called Board Girls from back in 2019. It was a parody of the professional wrestler Randy Savage that starts going by the name Heather and dominates female athletics while his female competitors kind of praise his bravery. Caldas' birth name is still mentioned in research papers from his time at Wake Forest University, as well as on a patent application for 2004. Caldas is shown in a photo for the Ohio Splash Team back in 2001, which was actually a swimming club meant for homosexual males. According to the profile on Caldas from Breaking Muscle, the swimmer has a bounty of accolades since posing as a woman. He's held 3 FINA world records in women's relays, the USMS national records in the 50-meter breaststroke, the 50 and 100-meter freestyle, and has earned All-American status in more than 20 individual women's events. Caldas was also ranked as the fastest female swimmer in the world over the age of 30 in 2 different categories back in 2011. The fastest female? Okay. It's pretty sick what's going on in this country, is it not? The annihilation of women's sports. Lastly, insider trading has been a big topic of discussion. Representative Mickey Sherrill, the Democrat of New Jersey, they say has seen her net worth grow dramatically while serving in Congress by an amazing $7 million or more. She joined Congress in 2019. Thanks to lucrative stock trading, she's become fabulously wealthy. According to the Washington Free Beacon, reporting based on the estimated average, given that federal financial disclosure forms require assets to be listed in ranges. In 2019, Sherrill claimed assets in congressional disclosure forms between $733,000 and $4.3 million. But by 2024, assets as high as $13.975 million. Now, members of the House of Representatives, we know, make an annual salary of $174,000. The meteoric rise of her net worth is the result of her exemplary performance of her stock portfolio. Sherrill has made hundreds of stock transactions since her election to Congress, most notably during the COVID pandemic, when as a member of the House On Services Committee, she was privy to information the general public was not privy to. This is where, again, members of Congress that are currently allowed to trade stocks. Josh Hawley has just reintroduced a bill last week to ban members of Congress from trading or holding individual stocks. It's about time they do something about it. Hey, we're out of time. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I